Jumper. Does Sherm have a good jumper?
Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Back at you with a new video. Today is Thursday, December 15th, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the San Francisco 49ers, bang, bang, Niner gang, versus the Seattle Seahawks. Live play-by-play reactions with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. We're going to have kickoff here in about 20 minutes. Hope everyone is having a fantastic Thursday. Now, this is one of the matchups that I look forward to watching every single year. You know, I grew up here in the Northwest. I've lived here my whole entire life. I live here in Oregon. So right there, you know, I visit Washington for the Seahawks. And obviously the Seattle Mariners. I've been to California as well, but I haven't been to a Niner game anytime recently. But I really feel this rivalry because they truly do dislike each other, but they bring out the best in each other. And this is arguably one of the best rivalries in the NFL, regardless of the record. San Francisco 49ers 9-4 with a 3-3 record. Obviously, in the division, and then you end up having the Seattle Seahawks a 7-6 record, and they have a 3-3 record in the division as well. And the main difference between the Niners and the Seahawks, obviously, is one main thing: defense. Okay, so the Niners are the better team. To me, they are the biggest threat to the Philadelphia Eagles besides the Dallas Cowboys, even with Brock Purdy. You know, they got the best left tackle in the game. All right, they got a very, very good offensive line. Trent Williams, I see you. You got weapons everywhere. CMC, even though Debo's out, make him puke Ayuk, Juwan Jennings, George Kittle. You got plenty of options there, even with some injuries to some of the other players that you have, like Elijah Mitchell and Debo Samuel. You'll still be okay. You got Kyle Shanahan, the mastermind. But the main thing is that defense. Seattle doesn't really got a defense. So this is a must-win game for the 12s at home. I think they know it. I know it. I talked about it last night when we did the little preview. You know, the Niners, if they win, they're on a nice win streak right now, like 6 games. But, I mean, are we going to think of San Francisco any differently if they win and go to 10-4? Maybe some people will open their eyes. Or if they lose and go to 9-5, they're still going to get considered, one of the top 3 teams in the NFC, regardless if you win or you lose. But with Seattle, okay, this is must win. You drop games to the Raiders, you should have won. You lost a game to the Panthers, you should have won that. So now you're sitting at 7-6 instead of sitting at 9-4. So this is must win if you want to be able to get into the playoffs. Sometimes a desperate team takes the desperate measures. And, obviously with the 12s, there's going to be a lot of drinking involved. They've been drinking and partying and tailgating since probably, I would say, 11:30 noon. So they've gotten a lot of liquor in them, and we'll see what happens. I know the crowd will be very, very loud tonight. The Niners are the better team. I could see the Niners going all the way to the NFC Championship game, maybe, even competing with Philly or Dallas to try to get to the Super Bowl, right? Seattle is a fringe playoff team, but Seattle is good enough to win a playoff game this year. I did a list yesterday of like my top 5 sleeper playoff teams that if they get in, that they may be able to do some damage. Baltimore Ravens, number 5. I had the Jets at number 4, the Seahawks at number 3, the Chargers at 2, and the Dolphins at 1. So if those teams get in, I don't have very much confidence in the Ravens winning a game, but I do have confidence in the Jets, Seattle, the Chargers, and the Dolphins. If they get in and they can get ahead early, even on the road, they could, slip, a few times, but pick themselves up and find a way. Now, if they had Breece Hall still healthy for the Jets, I definitely think that they could play a team like Buffalo and be a lot closer than people think. Right now in the NFL, you got 6 teams, really. I'm not even really sure if you can say 6, but you got the Eagles, okay? And I know Minnesota Vikings are 10-3, but they're kind of pretenders to me because they don't have a defense. So you got the Philadelphia Eagles, okay? You got the Dallas Cowboys, and you got the San Francisco 49ers. I would take them over Minnesota because I like, obviously Trent Williams, the O-line, the defense, everything that they got. I don't give a shit who their quarterback is. They're going to be able to find a way, okay? And on the AFC side, you got the Bills, you got the Chiefs, and you got the Bengals. It's really, really close in the AFC. In the NFC, it's Eagles. Eagles, Eagles, Eagles. And I don't think any other team can really compete with them. Now, if Dallas goes to Philly, they'll be able to hang for a couple quarters, but they're not going to be able to beat them. Even if Dallas wins a couple playoff games, there's no way they're going to beat them this year on the road. Maybe at home, they could play a little bit better, but not on the road with that Philly crowd. San Francisco, to me, is the only team that could go to Philly and actually compete for 4 quarters and possibly steal one. Will they be able to do that this year? I doubt it, just because Philly's the better team and they're more well-rounded. But this is football. This is the NFL, and this is why we love this game. Anybody can beat anyone on any given Thursday, Sunday, or Monday, and that is big facts. It took me about an hour and a half to prep. I'm ready for this matchup. Sarah's in the building. How are you? Let's get to 100 in donos. We got to make up for yesterday. Jake is in the building, and a lot of people were asking me, what do I think about this game? And I told you guys last week when we ended up having the Chargers at home versus the Dolphins, who was the better team? The Dolphins. Who's the better team tonight? Niners. Who's at home? Chargers. Who's at home? Seattle. Who needs to win more? The Chargers. Who needs to win more tonight? Seattle. So I know everyone on their mama is going with the Niners, but I definitely think that if Seattle can come out strong, feed off the 12s, feed off the crowd, and they execute that offense, the best they can with that, number one defense with the Niners, I actually think Seattle can win tonight. I know a lot of people think I'm crazy, but, like I said, they have to execute, and they don't have a defense. They have a couple guys, so they're really going to have to get a lot out of this offense, and they got to pray that, like, Tariq Woolen maybe can get a pick or two to kind of even the playing field, and they have to try to get some sack lunches, and that's going to be tough. Offensive line for, the 49ers isn't the best in the world, but they do have Trent Williams, so they got to go on the opposite side to try to get some leverage and gain some, good stats there. But the team that has the most pressure, usually those are the ones that are going to be able to bring their best A game, because the Niners, yes, this is a rivalry game. But again, if the Niners lose, it doesn't matter. They're 9-5. If they win, they're 10-4. But if Seattle loses and they go to 7-7, you're starting to see their playoff chances starting to go lower and lower and lower. There's plenty of time, to be able to try to get on a win streak, but you already lost to the Raiders. You lost to the Panthers. Those are 2 games that you easily could have won, but, you have to have a defense. So we'll see where it goes. But even though I grew up a Niner kid growing up, I am rooting for Seattle because the Niners are in the playoffs. They're going to win the division. Seattle is right now fringy, kind of like the Chargers, and I want to see Herbert and I want to see Geno in the playoffs this year. So if the crowd is lit and they can feed off that crowd, we could get like a 23-20 game, and Seattle can win with Jason Myers. So I'm definitely excited to see how it goes. I definitely love the Niners. Like I said, they're my favorite team besides Philly, obviously in the NFC that could do some damage. But for tonight, and maybe tonight only, I want to be able to get Seattle on track, because I don't want to see necessarily Washington or the Giants or another team steal a spot, from Seattle. Seattle deserves it this year, and I think it would be great. But again, this 1994 throwback, San Francisco 49ers, all in the icy whites. These guys are special, and it doesn't matter who their quarterback is. They're literally the only team in the NFL, right, with so many weapons that they could have a 3rd or 4th string quarterback and they can still compete and they can still win. I don't think there's any other team in the NFL, but maybe the Philadelphia Eagles could have a backup or 3rd string and they could have, some really good success. Obviously, you're not going to be 12-1, but you got to have a good running game. 49ers, check. A good offensive line, the best left tackle in the game, Trent Williams, check. The best defense in the league, check. So, and you got one of the best coaches and play callers, check. So O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, check, 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 check. So even though we know Brock Purdy will be limited, right? Josh Johnson, or Jimmy G, whoever they got, they just have to make sure that quarterback doesn't throw the big pick six, doesn't fumble the ball that much. Just play within yourself. Yeah, you're going to still be able to throw and make first downs, but you have so many weapons. And even though you don't got Debo out there, right, or Elijah Mitchell, you're still going to be able to compete. And the Niners look very icy out there. I like it, baby. I like it. All right, let's go over some of the pictures that I got set up for you guys today. Let's start off with the visiting team, the San Francisco 49ers. Setting at quarterback, we got Brock Purdy. And, I got a couple different photos of him showing some emotion. So I got to make sure we get those. We got Run CMC, Christian McCaffrey, a huge X factor for them. He can run, he can catch, he can do it all. No Deebo Samuel because he's hurt. So you got Make Him Puke Ayuk, Brandon Ayuk. He will be used like a Deebo from last year today. Look for him to get some jet sweeps and some trick plays. Then we got Juwan Jennings. I see you. George Kittle. And then on defense, we got Eric Armstead from the Oregon Ducks. Go Ducks. Nick Bosa. I see you. Flex on him. Fred Warner. Talanoa Hufanga, love him. And at kicker, Robbie Gould. Head coach, Kyle Shanahan, one of my favorites in the league. Bar none, no doubt. Big facts. And then for your home Seattle Seahawks, we got lots of Geno Smith here. We got Geno here. We got Geno there. We got Geno everywhere, right? We got to make sure we have Geno looking good. And I even got him in the greens. So we got the green. And then another one if he decides to do some running today. And then maybe even if he scores a touchdown, running the ball himself. And then we got Kenneth Walker III. Obviously battling an injury. They're going to need him heavy tonight. DK Metcalf, one of the top 10 receivers in the game, with him and A.J. Brown being almost mirror clones of each other. Tyler, get to the door and lock it. I see you. One of the best number 2s in the game. Marquise Goodwin, the former 49er. And then on defense, we got Bruce Irvin, Tariq Woolen, and at kicker, Jason Myers, my boy. And we can't forget about Pete Carroll. Let's go, baby. I'm ready. And hopefully we can get off to a good start today.
Love to sit and celebrate right now. But you guys know we can't. We also know if we take care of business Thursday, we win this division.
Carlos Rodon, 6 years, $162 million. What do we think about that, Sarah? That's kind of a lot, right? Is that too much, or is that just right? Seems kind of a lot. But again, everyone needs, depth and pieces, so. All right, we're going to have kickoff here in about 7 minutes. And if anyone's got Twitter, do me a solid, like and retweet the stream. It'll help us get, 20 to 300 extra views on the stream itself, because we already know how the tube is. They love to hate on your boys. So anytime I can get any kind of help of any kind, it's definitely going to be able to help us out moving forward. So, and I imagine Sarah's already done it already. Yep, I appreciate you, and I hope you're starting to feel a little bit better. I know you're not 100%, but I just got to keep grinding and keep moving forward. That's what I was thinking too. Yeah, and I have noticed, some of the views have been down, but I did eliminate 300 people from my Facebook. So I think maybe 1 out of every 3 people that I eliminated out of the guys maybe tuned in and watched. So as normally our views are a little bit higher, and I did eliminate 300 people from my Facebook. So, if there's like 100 less views or more, that's probably from some of those people. But again, I need to be able to have people that genuinely support me, not just people that low key try to spy on me and never support. So that's big facts. All right, baby, let's go. We got the Niners. We got the Seahawks. This is one of the best rivalries in the NFL. Name another rivalry that's better than this. You don't even have to be from the West Coast. It's definitely not the Green Bay Packers and the Bears. It's not that. I mean, we want to go through, the different I'm going to actually bring up all the divisions here and try to see if there is a better rivalry than this one, because you got to think, out of all the NFL teams that are playing, right, regardless if you care about the Seahawks or you care about the Niners, they're always going to give it. Now the Bills, Dolphins, Patriots, Jets, no. Ravens, Bengals, Steelers, Browns. I mean, there's there's going to be some rivalries there, but it's not the same. Titans, Colts, maybe Chiefs, Chargers, because obviously the Raiders and Broncos aren't as good. Now the Eagles and Cowboys, and Commanders, Cowboys, Redskins. Usually the Cowboys and Eagles is at the very, very top with the Niners and Seahawks. like I said, Packers and Vikings, but it's not really a rivalry. Until the Vikings start winning games, which they are, and then Tampa and the Saints usually is a pretty good one. But I would probably go, Seahawks, Niners, Tampa Bay and the Saints, Vikings, Packers, definitely Eagles, Cowboys at the top at number 1. But I think at number 2, I got Niners and Seahawks. It's going to be very, very good. Message from a Golden Eagle in the building. What to do? Let's go, baby. And again, this should be a very, very competitive game, and we'll see where it goes. Fantasy football playoffs, they start right now, and we're going to have games today, and we're going to have games on Saturday, 3 of them, and we're going to have games on Sunday. So I think, let me take a peek at the schedule here on which ones I plan on trying to do. Let's take a peek here. All right, so on Saturday, we have the Colts and Vikings at 10, Ravens and Browns at 1:30, and then Dolphins, Bills at 5:15. So the Dolphins and Bills is the one I'm going to do on Saturday night, so I will do that. And then on Sunday, we got Bengals, Bucks, should be good, Eagles, Bears, Falcons, Saints, Lions, Jets. It will be interesting. Fighting for a playoff spot, Lions and the Jets, Steelers and Panthers, Cowboys, Jags, Chiefs, Texans, Cardinals, Broncos, Patriots, Raiders, Titans, Chargers, and then I will be doing the Giants and the Commandos on Sunday night. And then on Monday night, we're going to have the Rams and the Packers. Wish the Rams were a little bit better, but it does give you a little intrigue with Baker to see what he can possibly do in that matchup. So I'm excited for the matchup. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day. And we got about 3 minutes before we get started. So let me go over the photos again for the people if you just came in, so I can, kind of show you the work that I do every day. Most people, they click a couple buttons and then they just start going. They usually don't have to prep for an hour. And so I'm always going to put in that effort, regardless if we have nobody in the room or if we have 100 people in the room or more, or even higher than that. So you got to make sure that you're putting in your time and never cutting corners. So we got the San Francisco 49ers. We got Brock Purdy. We're going to end up using a couple of these photos throughout the game. I know Christian McCaffrey, run CMC. He'll be running and he'll be catching. Deebo Samuel is injured, so we got Make Him Puke Ayuk, Brandon Ayuk. And you're going to see him use like a Deebo Samuel, Jawan Jennings, George Kittle, Eric Armstead, go Ducks, Nick Bosa, flex on him. It's between him and Micah Parsons for Defensive Player of the Year. And it's not, you could also put in, a few other guys on that list. New England Patriots, Matthew Judon as well. But it's, Judon, Bosa, Micah Parsons, and obviously Judon's not going to win because he's on the Patriots, but we got to make sure we're acknowledging greatness. And then we got Fred Warner, love him, top 5 linebacker in the game. Talanoa Hufanga, one of my favorites on the team, learning from Troy Polamalu himself, and always Gold, Robbie Gold at kicker. And my favorite coach that's probably coaching today that's not on my own team, Kyle Shanahan. I love him and Sean McVay a lot. And I told you guys years ago that I thought that both of them will win a Super Bowl before their careers are up because they are the best with X's and O's. They are the best on finding weaknesses on the defense. And like I said, they just need to find a way to be able to get points in the fourth quarter in the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. And if they find their right quarterback, a.k.a. Tom Brady next year, maybe the San Francisco 49ers will end up winning a Super Bowl with Tom if he joins San Fran, the team that he rooted for growing up as a kid. Now let's flip over to the home team, the 12s, the Seattle Seahawks. We got Geno Smith. He's been having a fantastic year. But remember, it's not just him. Okay, it's not just him. It's Pete Carroll. It's Abraham Lucas. It's Charles Cross. We got to make sure we understand that. And I got him in the green, in the lime, skittle color, just in case he ends up getting a tutty. We got Kenneth Walker. Love him and Breece Hall. These guys are fantastic, and they are going to turn into top 10 running backs very, very shortly. DK Metcalf, a top 10 receiver, a mirror image of A.J. Brown. Okay. Then we got Tyler, get to the door and lock it. One of the best number 2s in the league, no doubt. Marquise Goodwin, the former 49er at wide receiver number 3. And on defense, we got Bruce Irvin, Tariq Woolen, who's the best corner in the game right now, not named Sauce Gardner. And at kicker, the guy who's really holding it down for me in fantasy, Jason Myers, the number one kicker, 24 out of 25, hit every kick beyond 40, all 9. And there's a big reason why I'm 13-1 in fantasy. Jason Myers, I see you. Gino, I see you. And then we can't forget about our guy, Pete Carroll. I see you, my guy. And let's throw up a couple here as well for the O-line. I got to make sure we're doing our due diligence here. Because you guys know I'm all about coaching, O-line, D-line, defense, and coaching. And we got to make sure we're hitting up Charles Cross and showing proper love. Because this guy, was drafted very high to be the anchor of the offensive line. And he has lived up to everything that they asked him to do. He's been able to live up to those expectations. I fucking love this guy. What a stud. And here we go. Let's get it, baby. Here we go, Hawks. They got the lime green and the blue pants. They've been drinking since 10 a.m. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. First down, Hawks, baby. Let's go. This is a must-win game. Must-win game. Okay, let's not get it twisted one bit. Must win. Must win. Must win. Let's go. Just like that Charger game, they looked a lot cleaner, a lot more focused. And even though we knew the Miami Dolphins were the better team, they found a way to scrape by and win. And that's what Seattle needs to do today. They need to be shooting for like a 23-20 kind of win. And if they can get that, then they're going to build a lot of confidence moving forward and trying to get to a wild card. Shotgun set, Gino, hands off to Kenneth Walker. Nice. There we go, baby. There we go. There we go. Kenneth Walker, the third. Let's get it, baby. Yeah, you got the score pretty similar to me as well. I think that, the main reason, if it was in San Francisco, I probably would be like San Francisco. But since the fact that Seattle is desperate and they're at home, just like the Chargers were last week, and I predicted that one too. First down, Seahawks. Move the chains. Tyler Lockett from Geno Smith. Let's get it. And I'm all about analytics and stats. You guys know that. So a lot of times, I'm not going to be right on every prediction, but I just feel that this game is winnable by Seattle, but you can't have a bunch of turnovers. You can't have 2 or 3 interceptions from Geno or some costly fumbles by Geno or DK, Lockett, or Walker. Oof, that was a bad play. 49ers. Sniff that out. My goodness. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get too many things past them. That's big facts. But again, Cowboys and Eagles might be the best. But, me living out here on the Northwest, I love that matchup. But usually it's kind of one-sided. But this one usually is pretty even. But the Cowboys have been getting better as of late. So it's making it a better rivalry. Second down and 13. Shotgun set for Geno. Steps up in the pocket. Run! And he almost threw a pick. Run! You got to run. You can't be throwing those passes like that. Come on, Geno. If you're going to be able to do some of those plays, you might be able to get away with that. All right, against some shitty-ass team. You're not going to get away with that with the 49ers. They got the best defense in the league, okay? Besides the Dallas Cowboys. And, if you're going to be doing that, you got to be able to tuck it, and you got to be able to run. If not, you're going to get fucked up by guys like this, like Dre Greenlaw. That's big facts. Come on, baby. Be smart out there, Seattle. Third down and 13. This is going to be a hard game to win for Seattle. Geno? Offensive line's going to have to do a good job. Floater, incomplete. Intended receiver for Geno Smith. Tyler, get to the door and lock it. It's going to be very difficult. Like I said, Seattle's got to give everything they got. Everything they got to be able to win this game. And if they do win, they probably will only win by, 1, 2, 3. I'd be shocked if they actually end up winning the game by, 4 points or more, or even a touchdown or more. It's got to be probably 3 or less. I mean, that's the type of game flow it's going to be, unless we start seeing some crazy magical plays like pick sixes by Tariq Woolen, and then it gets out of hand. But Finley is in the building. What to do? Amazement in the building. What to do? And again, if anyone can share, to try to help us out, it's been a very, very rough month. And like I said, hopefully we can pick it up, and I'm confident we can still get to a good number. So, yeah, NJPW, she can wrestle January 1st. Good for her. You know what I mean? If they're going to treat her, unfairly, they need her more than she needs them. She's still going to be a draw, and she's going to get the most money, for her matches compared to almost anybody else. Like, I think they're offering like $100,000, for her to do the match for NJPW, and maybe we can get a little ROH or AEW in the future. But I mean, of course, at some point, if she wants to come back, and of course, I think they would love to have her back. Sasha is one of the top 5 women wrestlers, I feel, in the world right now. There's other people that might be a little bit more athletic, maybe people that are better on the microphone, but she's a very solid superstar. So you got 27-24. I was thinking like 23-20. And then it looks like you got Amazement 23-21. And like I said, normally I'm picking the Niners 9 times out of 10. But I just know the psychology of sports. I dig a little deeper than the average person. And this game kind of gave me those same type of vibes as the Chargers and Dolphins, where everyone was like, Orion, the Dolphins are going to win. And I'm like, no, they're not. I was like, I really think the Chargers, even though they've been struggling, they need the win more. And I think that they're going to get it at home barely. And they did. So, but Justin Herbert compared to Geno Smith is a little different. Geno Smith has been playing up to the standard of a Herbert, but again, the offensive line is the one thing that kind of worries you. Can the offensive line for Seattle be able, because the Dolphins don't have a defense either, so it's not like they were going to get to Herbert that often. The Niners are going to get to Geno. So even if they don't get picks or interceptions, they're going to get tip footballs and make life a living hell for him. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I'm rooting for Seattle to get in the playoffs. If the Niners win and go to 10-4, do we really perceive them any differently? No, we know they're great. If they lose the game and go to 9-5, or do we think any differently of them? No, we think they're fantastic. They're right below the Eagles, right there with the Cowboys, right? But Seattle, you're 7-6. You don't want to drop to 7-7. I don't want to see the fucking Washington Commandos or the Giants steal your spot. Just saying. I would rather see Seattle than those two teams. We're already going to get Dallas and Philly. All right, Brock Purdy. First down and 10. Halfback toss to run CMC. Nice speed on the outside. All right, I see you, Brock.
Against the Buccaneers, they routed them. By halftime, it was 28-0. In terms of a spread, third worst loss of Tom Brady's career. Put them out at the end of the game. He's a starter.
All right, second down and 7 on the San Fran 13.
Second down and 7. Not Brady,
Purdy, play action fake.
rolling.
Going to George Kittle. Good tackle right there. Nice job. Brock Purdy finding his man, George Kittle. Might end up turning into one of his best friends for sure. He's going to have to find him. That's my guy right there. Like I said, I even like Shanahan more than McVay. Those are my 2 favorite coaches in the NFL right now. I love me some Kevin O'Connell as well, but I like the young coaches that know how to do the stats and the analytics, and they can vibe with those players. And I feel that they're more intelligent than 90% of the coaches in the league. Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan, maybe 98% smarter than most. I mean, obviously we got guys like, Belichick, nice catch by Run CMC, held him to the first down marker. You got Mike Tomlin, you got Belichick, you got other guys, Andy Reid, for the OGs. But as far as the young guys, I don't think there's anybody better than McVay or Kyle Shanahan as far as being a younger mind and a younger coach. And Brock Purdy going to his guy, Run CMC, but just a little short of the first down marker. All right, Niners with the punt, a good sign for that Seattle defense. Most people thought, there's no way in hell they're going to be able to, do 3 and out, or they're only going to get 1 or 2 first downs. Great opportunity for Seattle. And another thing too, after Russ went away, I think that Russell Wilson took for granted how great DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett really are. I'm not saying that Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, and all the other weapons they have, Dulcich, aren't good, but those guys, Jeudy even at a peak if he's not injured, or Sutton, that's not the same as Lockett, or DK, in my opinion. I would rather have DK. DK is like A.J. Brown. You can even argue that DK is someone that you would want even over A.J. Brown, and we've seen how good A.J. Brown is. I feel they're almost the same kind of player. Big, physical, good hands. I would take A.J. Brown or DK in a heartbeat. And as far as like a tall wide receiver, who's better than those two? There's other guys like Devontae Adams who's got that, body as well. But taking Devontae out of the equation and not, Chase or Justin Jefferson, none of those guys, not Tyreek because he's a little guy. But, if you're thinking about the bigger build receivers after Devontae, it has to be DK and A.J. Brown. And Lockett, you could argue, is one of the top 5 duos as like a number 2 receiver. You got T. Higgins, Adam Thielen kind of fell off. You got Chris Godwin. There's other guys that are very. Devontae Smith is kind of up and coming for Philly, but I think a lot of people think like Godwin, Tyler Lockett, those guys, T. Higgins, they're kind of like at the top of the top. And obviously Gabe Davis has some potential, but I think most people are going to have, Chris Godwin as maybe one of the best, right? Jalen Waddle as well, but Godwin, Waddle, Lockett. Lockett can't be any lower than like the 3rd best option. And even as good as T. Higgins is, I think I would rather have Lockett on my team than T. Higgins. And I know T. Higgins is younger, but I just like the way Lockett plays. He's kind of like a Godwin, a little shorter, a little smaller in stature. They get, opportunities from the 20 to the 20. Right. But in the red zone, those guys don't drop footballs. And that's why I like those guys too. So we'll see. Well, of course, I would love to see the Jags in, the Lions in, but we weren't going down that far. But yeah, exactly, bro. You know it, dude. But again, the Lions don't have a defense. So when you don't have defenses, Chargers, Dolphins, Seattle, the Lions, it's like they got everything but defense. And once those teams get defense, the Lions and the Jags and every team besides pretty much the Jets and the Ravens that I did in my video yesterday. The Ravens at 5, the Jets at 4, and then we had Seattle at 3, Chargers at 2, Dolphins at 1 for my top 5 that if they get into the playoffs, they might be able to do something. But I don't have a whole lot of confidence in the Ravens because this team doesn't have Marshall Yanda, and they're not the same as with Lamar's previous teams that were better. 1st down and 10, Geno, play action fake, pressure, and he throws it into the dirt. That could definitely be grounding, but it won't be. Uh-oh. Yes, they were. Same thing with Elijah Moore. Geno's like, God, can I get some protection? This is Geno already. Oh, fuck. Get off of me. And you already know what it is. Oh, boy, he's going to be trying to get 2-3 sacks tonight. Like I said, everyone's talking. Judon's got some good stats. Everyone's talking Micah Parsons. Deservedly so. Even I love Micah Parsons. I'm a defensive guy. I got the Devin White jersey on. But Nick Bosa, as far as like a pass rusher, when he's healthy, he's one of the top guys. And it's kind of like TJ Watt. We were always talking about Joey Bosa and JJ Watt. Is it possible that TJ Watt will be better than JJ long term if he can stay healthier longer? Like I know JJ Watt won Defensive Player of the Year and had a couple years where he was the best, right? TJ Watt was the best last year. So if TJ can be healthy for another 10 to 15 years, TJ could be better than JJ overall. Maybe not yet, but also too, Joey Bosa's great, but is Nick better? That's something to kind of think about, with the brothers. Incredible families, the Watts, and obviously the Bosas. Incredible. But who would have thought that? If you would have said that comment a few years ago, you'd be like, damn, you're crazy. But now you're starting to see TJ and Nick are fucking fire. Nice check down pass. Good tackle by the Niners. You're not getting a whole lot there. Seahawks are punting. And there's a reason why I don't have Geno Smith starting in fantasy. I got Justin Fields, Justin Herbert or Geno Smith, and there's no way in hell, where I have already all red matchups in fantasy that I was going to go Geno against the Niners. So.
And there's Fred Warner able to clean it up. Again, just the epitome of team defense with D'Amico Ryan's group.
Michael Dixon in his 5th year as a rookie, he made the Pro Bowl. Ray McLeod back to accept it. The pressure was on. And McLeod again will make a fair catch this time at the 14-yard line. 5:47 into the game, nothing.
Still 0-0. But like I said, whenever I get games, like if it's the Cowboys and Eagles and it's a similar like 0-0, it's the most enjoyable 0-0 game you're ever going to watch. There's other teams that just, they don't have the talent on any side of the ball. So you're not really getting a whole lot like the NFC South, the AFC South. But when these teams play Cowboys, Eagles, or if you end up getting Niners, Seahawks, 3 out of the 4 teams have defense. But, if the Brock Purdy wants to challenge Tariq Woolen, I imagine they probably went in the meeting and they were like, listen, if we're going to win this game, I know that you want to be able to make the big plays and celebrate. But they probably told him, listen, Brock, if there's one thing you're going to do today, don't throw at Tariq Woolen. Unless you really, really have to. If you're going to get to a guy, you go to a guy. But, if you throw it here, you already know what might possibly happen. So that's big facts. I'm running with Fields right now. I'm 13-1. Like I said, I've never been 13-1 in a competitive league. I've never had all red matchups in all my 9 spots. So that hurts, but it's best of 2 weeks. So you never know. You know what I mean? But I'm feeling pretty good. I'm favored to win by like 15, but still, if you're in all red, that's not ideal. I've never seen it before. I've never played in fantasy with my whole lineup in red, and go figure, the one time it happens to me in my entire life, it's in the playoffs, right? I'm projected for 130. Shep is projected for 115. So 116.7 to 129.3. So the matchups, I'll read off his team, and here's mine. He's got Burrow, Mixon, Cordarrelle Patterson, Devontae Adams, Michael Pittman, Evan Ingram, T. Higgins, New England D, and Brett Maher, right? And then I got Fields, Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Justin Jefferson, D-Hop, Mark Andrews, Chris Godwin, Dallas D, Jason Myers. And then on my bench, I got Nick Chubb, Justin Herbert, Buffalo D, Geno Smith, Gerald Everett, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Jerick McKinnon, and Darren Waller. So as you can hear, obviously I got the best, overall team. That's why I'm 13-1, because it's all about bench, and options. But his team is 4th in the playoffs, and I could lose. And Sarah and Jake are going at it, and they only have a 3-point difference in theirs. And they, I don't know what's going to happen. Me and Sarah were the best teams in fantasy all year, but just because we're number 1 and number 2 doesn't mean that we're going to win. But I hope we both win so we can play each other. So we'll see. First down and 10. Purdy, second opportunity, play action fake, check down, run CMC, nice game. Second down and 3, gain of 7 from Brock Purdy going to his guy, Christian McCaffrey. Just weird that McCaffrey is on the Niners. Like, I think people are like, kind of like Saquon Barkley. You're like, well, I don't think those guys are going to stay healthy. But when they do stay healthy, they end up being one of the top 5 guys in fantasy. And we're getting that from both of them this year, where you're really getting impactful Christian McCaffrey and impactful Saquon, even though Saquon has been a little touchy as of late. I should know I have him in fantasy. Numbers haven't been as good. McCaffrey, run, CMC, first down, Niners. Move the chains. My goodness. And that's why I feel he is the Tyreek Hill of the running back position this year. So if anyone can compete with Philadelphia, it's this team right here. Some people will say it's Dallas because they got Tony Pollard with Zeke. And if they use Tony Pollard, that could be the first time where we actually think Dallas can make it to the NFC Championship game and actually win a playoff game or 2, or maybe even 3. But you got to utilize the best players. So, Jerry needs to realize that. It's not Zeke, it's Pollard. And Christian McCaffrey, you're a special fucking player, and he looks damn good in that Niner uniform, don't he? I know Panthers fans, it's kind of weird, and he always looked great in that uniform, but this just looks like it's always been this way. And for them to be able to win a Super Bowl, or get to one and win one, you need guys that are dynamic like this, and Debo and Kittle. Yes, me too. Absolutely. Yeah, I got Myers at kicker. I knew that they were going to be tough. We're projected for like 7.8. So I'm just hoping for like one field goal of 40 or 50 yards. And then, if we get 2 field goals, I'll take, 30-yarder, 30-yarder, 40-yarder, whatever. And then maybe a couple extra points. So we just got to hope that Seattle can get to like 20. So that way we have a good chance to get to 8 or 10, unless you get no extra points. And they just get a couple field goals here and there, 1 touchdown, 2 or 3 field goals. But ultimately, we want to try to get to 10. But I'm rocking with Myers too, because I don't have any other kicker. I usually would run 1 or 2, but I had more issues with like making sure I had options for Mark Andrews and for Herbert. So I have 3 quarterbacks and 3 tight ends. So, it happens. But I got Myers as well. My other options were not very ideal. So. And then obviously Shepard's bench is Singletary, Williams, Lazard, Komet, Deshaun Watson, Chiefs-D, and Greg the Leg. So, and then we'll go to Sarah and Jake. Jake has got Jalen Hurts, Kenneth Walker the third, James Conner, Jamar Chase, Christian Watson, TJ Hawkinson, Zeke, Pittsburgh, Dean Gano. And then Sarah, number 2 team in the league, Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor, Jeff Wilson Jr., Tyreek, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Kelsey, Gabe Davis, Indianapolis Colts D, and Carlson. So really what makes Sarah's team so great is Carlson, Kelsey, Amon-Ra, and Tyreek both being in the top 6, and Josh Allen. So if you got like a number, 1, 2, 3 quarterback, Josh Allen, the number 1 tight end, the number 1 kicker, and you got 2 top 6 wide receivers and Tyreek and Amon-Ra, there's going to be times where Sarah, has 6 amazing players, and she can shit the bed with 3 and still score 150 or 125, 135, 145 with 6. And then I have that as well. If you got 6 heavy hitters, sometimes you can shit the bed on your kicker, defense, or your wide receiver 2 flex. Sometimes it doesn't matter as much. So thank you, Sarah. She's trying to get the dono train started. Hopefully we get some more people in here. And, it would be nice for the tube to notify, out of my 20,000 fans, more than 10, to notify 10 people as criminal. You know what I mean? Like, when you have that many, I mean, it should just be a standard where people get notified. Like, you don't just pick and choose how many. But I guess that's how it goes, when you get hated on. So $5. I appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see for photos. Gang, gang. Let's get it. Bang, 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 bang. Thank you so much. Appreciate you so much. And I do. Right. But they might have another option that would be better this week. I just hope Sarah she would have more options. That's one thing that I was kind of hoping that Sarah would do more this year without me telling her, is to improve the bench a little bit more. But I mean, she has kind of stuck with a certain set of guys, made limited moves, but it hasn't really cost her at all. You know what I mean? It's like, for me, I'm usually the guy that does 100 to 150 moves. She did less than 15 moves, but it's worked out for her. And, congratulations to her. And then obviously the third place team made the second most moves, and that's Jake, and he made over 50. So, I mean, if you got heavy hitters that don't get injured, then you don't have to make moves, and that's why she hasn't really had to make those moves. And it's not like her bench is crappy. She's got a good bench. There's just a few other teams out there that benches might be slightly better. But as long as her players don't get hurt, it's not going to matter. First down, Niners. Brock Purdy going to Jawan Jennings. Nice play. Nice play by Brock. All right, $5. Let's get to a hundo. And after we get to a hundo, let's get to 2 hundo, baby. All right, here we go. Halfback toss to run CMC. Good tackle by the Seahawks there. Christian McCaffrey for 3 yards. Second down and 7 on the San Francisco 13. Nwosu. Okay, we'll get you some Kittles. I got a couple of these for the time being, but we'll get you some more. That's those Iowa players, man. They got some amazing ones over the years for being a smaller school, not being Michigan or Ohio State. Like it's pretty remarkable, like from some of the smaller schools, like how good these players are. Nice catch, first down, threading the needle. Brock Purdy, 2-run CMC, and that's one of the main reasons I actually feel that I know Dallas is very good, but I worry about the play calling, and I trust O-line, D-line, defense, and play calling more, with the Niners and Shanahan than I do with McCarthy and Kellen Moore. So I know that maybe overall Dallas is the most well-balanced team besides Philly, but even with a Brock Purdy, he doesn't have to do a whole lot like Jimmy G. They just have to dink and doink and let the players that are superstars do the work for them. Nice play by Run CMC. Sarah with another $1. Appreciate you. And I also love it, too, when we can break the stereotype that girls don't know football and that girls can't win fantasy football championships. My girl, Zini Panini, I taught her how to play a couple years ago, and she got second place in my league with, 9 other dudes that had been playing for years. And then she did it pretty much on her own, drafting-wise, and she won the league, 2 years ago. So this is the 4th year in the league, and that's a good thing to be able to show that not only – can they compete, but they can actually win. And Sarah definitely can win in the league for sure. Purdy, pump fake. Look at that. George Kittle, touchdown, Niners. Boom. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Let's go. Let's go. The mastermind right here, baby. You want some George Kittle? You get some George Kittle, baby. Brock Purdy. George Kittle, touchdown Niners. My goodness. Hell yeah. I think Iowa and Pittsburgh are the exact same. Like you got really amazing Hall of Fame players from both schools. Robbie, I am always gold. And it's good. 7-0 Niners. Come on, baby. Come on, Seattle. I can't talk you up all year and you shit the bed. You gotta do your part. 7-0 Niners up. 99 cents. $1. Holla. Holla, holla, holla. Thank you. It's always good when I can have my lead mod in here. So that way we don't have to wait like 3 hours before we get the first dono. If it goes that long, then you're almost like, you're hoping, the goats show up to be able to save the day. So anytime you can get it within the first hour, it sets the tone. So thank you so much, regardless of the amount. So I appreciate you tremendously. I know you're sick, but at least you don't have to do too much. Like you don't have to talk like on screen. So at least it's like you can just like type if you want to be dark and silent and just relax for a little bit and watch the game. You can, a little bit of here, a little bit there, and I'll get photos for you. So, but like you got to look at George Kittle and Hawkinson and Bob Sanders, and then you're looking at Pittsburgh with like Larry Fitzgerald, Aaron Donald, Dan Marino. That's why I think Pittsburgh has the best players from the smallest school of all time. You got Dan Marino, Shady McCoy, LaShawn McCoy, Larry Fitzgerald, and Aaron Donald. I mean, does it get any better than that? It doesn't. But I put Iowa up there as far as not as good as that, but very damn good. Nice return from Seattle. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And Dallas Clark is better than Hawkinson and Fant. Dallas Clark might not be, I think most people probably think Kittle overall is better, and he probably will have a better career long term. But let's not get it twisted. Dallas Clark was fucking awesome in college, and if they didn't have him, they wouldn't have the success, back in the day with Peyton. You know that, I know that, everyone knows that. And once we go to some commercial breaks, I'll get you some Kittle from Iowa and anything else, George. Short game.
legacy behind
At Iowa State. Yeah. Let him know.
made a huge difference and left his imprint there.
Oh, hell yeah. I love that. Yeah, you guys are tight end you. The only one that didn't really pan out was Robert Gallery. And that's just because I'm a fucking, oh, baby, Talanoa Hufunga, boom. That's what happens when you don't have an offensive line, but you do. Boom, 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 boom. Talanoa Hufunga, bang. That's what happens when Hufunga gets in there. He is just like Troy Polamalu, baby. My goodness. Look at Hufunga. You're fucked right here. You're fucked. Boom. The guy is not as good as a Troy Polamalu, but if there was a second coming, like a brother of Troy, it's him. Screen pass, drop, pick it up. Oh. Got a hand on it. He scooped it up. These guys have studs. I'm not even mentioning Dre Greenlaw or Eric Armstead either. There's a reason why. Collectively, the Niners got the best defense, even though Micah Parsons is great, and they got Dan Quinn, so that kind of makes you like right there with them. Like you got Dan Quinn, you got Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, you're right there, but the Niners have more players. You know what I'm saying? Player for player, you're going to get more out of the Niner defense, even though the Dallas Cowboy defense is right there. Number one, number two, those two. That's why the Eagles, they're great, and the Eagles defense is up there also, right? But they're going to be challenged, and flag comes out. Can't get too close to McLeod. See? I'm just waiting for you guys to chime in because you guys know I like intelligence. Having the analytics and stats. No other channel on YouTube or Twitch cares about stats and analytics more than me. You know what I mean? And then I also predictions, helping people win money. Being smart about football, not being biased, and also letting people know that O-line, D-line, defense, and coaching, play calling, OCs and DCs matter more than the quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end position. But most people, they don't know that. Or they think they don't know that. So, but I need some points with Myers. Me and Amazement, fellow Buccaneer. We're waiting. Can we get some points with Myers? Best of 2 weeks. Come on now. And that's why, I don't really put up. I think if I was dumber and I didn't follow all the teams and it was just like Tampa Bay or the South or just like kind of the good teams, I wouldn't be so hard on the people that come in here with the dumb shit talk, or the bias talk. Or if I have to call them out because I know they're under 18, what I mean? I would have a little bit more patience, but I've been doing this for 10 years. So, I think I've had my run of the dumb people, so. And everyone can be dumb, including myself. Not everyone's going to be right all the time, but we can only have so much patience for some stupid-ass bias take or just something fucking dumb overall. Shotgun set to Purdy, play action fake. Good protection up front, no surprise. The best left tackle in the game. And look at the offense. It's just going all the run CMC. Is anyone else even fucking playing? You got run CMC and then you get Kittle, right? But is anyone else even out there? Shows you, if you got fantastic coaching like this or Sean McVay, you can help Baker Mayfield win a fucking game in 2 days. Or you can have a third string fucking quarterback win games for you. Think about how difficult it is to win with your backup, let alone third string. Let that sink in for a second if you don't think that McVay and Shanahan are the best coaches that are young in the league. Yeah, you got Belichick, Andy Reid, Mike Tomlin. I'm not talking about them. And you can even argue that these guys could be better than those guys. That's how good they are. Obviously, Belichick is a legend, but with the cheating. Andy Reid is the cleanest, the most respected with Tomlin. You could put those guys up a little higher. No cheating with those guys. Great example that they show. But I love me some Shanahan. Be like, if I could have my dream come true for Tampa, it would be able to get Kyle to come to Tampa, or Sean McVay before their careers are up. I need 10 points out of Myers. At the very worst, 7. But I'm shooting for 10, but I know it's going to be tough. 3rd down and 6, 7-0 Niners. Purdy. And look at Purdy. Purdy's football doesn't really look that bad. None of the quarterbacks for the Niners, every single one of them, it's based off the coaching and the quarterback coaches and Shanahan holding on the O-line.
Darrell Taylor's get off here. He's known as a pass rusher.
And that's another thing too. You're never going to be able to hear another channel, I feel like, give the proper love to coaches and play calling either. I feel I'm kind of a one of one. There's other people that will have thumbnails and, they'll have collabs and, they'll have their following. But I definitely feel once we start rolling, we won't stop. Because like I said, we're not built like everybody else. We can go toe to toe with not only anyone on YouTube or Twitch, we can go toe to toe here with anyone on TV or on podcast. Pat McAfee show, Good Morning Football. We're on that level. 7-0 Niners. We're above that level. I mean, shit, they're getting the material from me. Yeah, he wasn't. He wasn't bad. You know why? I know, because they played Oregon. I should know. We couldn't even beat them. 7-0 Niners. That's a good thing also, too, to get dedicated people in the room that, follow multiple teams and thousands of players. It takes a lot of effort to follow a lot of fucking players. It's like you're following your team, Iowa, like Sarah. Then she's following Georgia and Bama and Ohio State and Michigan and, all these other teams, and she's not the only one. I mean, I'm the same way. I mean, it takes a lot of love and dedication to be able to know what you're talking about, to take the pride, but it's not even a job. It's like something you enjoy doing. No one wants to be able to talk to someone that's an idiot that doesn't know sports. Oh, damn, neutral zone. We already knew that. You should have just threw the ball like Aaron Rodgers does and tried to get a cheap touchdown there.
So the clock shows all zeros, but he came across before time had expired.
So they go from faking like they're going to go for it to now Kyle Shanahan, with the confidence he has in his defense, maybe really thinking about going for it. Right.
Oh, baby. O-Dog for the win. O-Dog for the win. O-Dog for the win. End of the first quarter. 7-0 Niners.
You're watching Thursday Night Football, only on Prime Video.
Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their whole day and giving your best friend the best nutrients,
Woo!
the best life. Science did that.
Little Caesars Detroit-style deep dish pizza has caramelized crispy cheese tenders and a soft, chewy center. Do you love it, Matthew Stafford?
Yeah, but I already know the channel is very special and different because, like I said, if we're doing as well as we are, with donos, with what we have in the room every day, sometimes you'll have a little spike, but if you can end up, making a living with less than 20 people, sometimes less than 15 people, less than 10 people, and you can still do this as a full-time job, that shows that you have way more support than most people, as far as people that are, going to be with you forever and that are donating big to be able to make you, so you don't have to have a second or third job. And, and then once we actually start trending and we start having, 30, 50, 100 in the room, I mean, we'll have a really good chance to make like 500 to 1,000 on every show. And then once we get there, then we can even give back more and then do like a jersey giveaway at halftime on every show. That's my goal. So, that would be pretty sweet. You make a one donation, you get in a drawing at halftime, boom, I give away a Mitchell and Ness at halftime. I mean, that would be pretty slick. So that's what I'm banking on. I mean, there's people that are popular, our time will come and it'll be a great time, let me tell you, because we'll be doing things on this channel that no other channel would dare to do, period. No one's going to give away a Mitchell and Ness jersey on every show. Are you kidding me? Hell no. But we will do it here. Alan, my boy, how are you? Not to beat around the bush. Life has been up and down for you, but I will always be here. And I know probably sometimes it gets surprising because when you try to be able to reach out with people on social media, or YouTube or Twitch, a lot of times you're never going to have a connection with the host because there's just too many people or they just don't care. But I definitely care about my people. And regardless if you donate little, you donate heavy, donate not at all. You know what I mean? Like if we have a relationship here, I'm going to always look out for you. Like I said, I things will get better in time. 2022 has not been kind to you, but I think 2023 is going to be great. And we'll start it off with the Cowboys in the playoffs this year and actually winning a game. So we just got to make sure McCarthy and Kellen Moore aren't idiots and they actually make good play calls. And you never know. You could always have Dallas in the NFC Championship game against Philly. And if it's not them, it'll be the Niners. So But I'm glad you're here, bro. I'm glad you're here. I'll throw up some Cowboys for you to cheer you up. And we'll get a couple more George Kittles for Sarah, too. 4th and 2. And when you sent me that message, it meant a lot. You know what I mean? Like, subs and views, and donations. It's fantastic, and you need those things. And if you are a streamer, you do obsess about those things sometimes too much, because, like I said, this is my blood, sweat, tears. This is my legacy. No one wants to not have a good stream. No one doesn't want to not make money or not have opportunities to gain new subs. But when you get comments and things that are sent. But he said, bro, I love the support I get from you. It lifts me up when I'm down at my lowest. If I can do anything to repay you back, don't hesitate to ask. Love you. Oh, dog. I mean, who the fuck sends shit like that? People like him. You know what I mean? That's rare. Alan, is a one of a kind. You know what I mean? He's going through some tough times in his life, and he's still, what can I do for you? What can I do for you? And I can always bring you up. And a lot of people have depression and anxiety in, the NWSF. I think it's everywhere, you know what I mean? But you can do things to make things better. And I'm a part of that. I would think I'm there. I would say staying in bed for 3 weeks and not getting out and taking showers and eating, and that's all I was doing. I got fired from a job. That's embarrassing to say, but at least I'm real with it, because I know other people have gone through the same thing, where you just got to a point where you said, I don't give a fuck. I care, but I don't care. Like, I care about living, but I care, I'm just going to do the bare minimum, and just, you get into these mopey modes, and it's dangerous to go down those mopey modes. You have to be able to get out of it. Hand off. 7-0 Niners. Got to get some field. Come on, Pete. Don't you know I'm in the fantasy playoffs right now with amazement? Bro, I need some field goals out of Jason Myers. Can we make that happen, bro? Okay. Don't worry. I got Gino on fantasy on the bench. Gotcha. Don't worry. And that was a big part of my success, too. When Herbert went down, I got really fucking nervous. I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do? How the hell am I going to make the playoffs? Geno Smith. Justin Fields. That's how you make it. Homer. Short game. Good defense there by the Niners. Dre Greenlaw, always everywhere. The only thing that's lacking on the Dallas Cowboys, like, you got Jerry Jones has always got his pulse on the team, right? They have talent on offense. They have talent on defense. They got the best defensive coordinator, Dan Quinn, arguably the best player in Micah Parsons, right? The offense is good because they realize that Pollard's better than Zeke. The only problem is, can we trust McCarthy and Kellen Moore when it matters the most? And the answer to that question is no. So if that's the weakest thing, then you have to figure it out. And maybe Sean Payton can come in and help them get to a Super Bowl and win, or go to the Chargers and help them win. But this will be a real test for the coaching staff and the OC. DK and Talanoa Hufanga or Greenlaw? Oh, it's Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw's like, you want to fight? He's like, yeah, motherfucker, let's fight. It's chippy. Chippy football is great football. Like, the best rivalry in college football, and you can't tell me otherwise, is Michigan-Ohio State. Because every time they play every year, it goes for something. Like, Big Ten championship and then a big bowl game. And then the other team that loses still ends up being great, because they're fucking 2 out of the top 4 teams usually every year. And if Michigan's not there, they usually are halfway decent, if they're not at the top, because Ohio State normally is top 3. But I like this rivalry a lot. We just got to pray that Geno can make some plays here. But anyone that knows football, you can see the talent. You can't hate on it. You can be a Cowboy hater and a Patriot hater all day and all night, but that doesn't take away the fact that the Patriot defense is always going to be disciplined with Bill. And yeah, they might not be good on offense, and that's why you're not winning as many games. You don't have Brady and Gronk there. Defense is still doing their job. Defense is still getting you 10 points in fantasy every week almost, or more, sometimes 25, 30, You know, there's just certain teams that are going to continue to do great things, but you know, everyone has limitations. I'm a linebacker guy through and through. And like I said, Dallas is always going to be better at home than on the road. Dallas and Philadelphia is a nightmare matchup. It's like you would rather play anywhere on planet Earth than in Philadelphia. Because if you're going to be playing in Philadelphia, I mean, the only way that I could see Philadelphia losing NFC Championship game to like Dallas, or if they played each other prior, is if like Tony Pollard and Zeke go off for like 160 yards combined and get like 2-3 touchdowns on the ground, then you're in trouble. Because then that probably means that maybe Micah Parsons made a play, and maybe, you know, that you just get that horrible game where Hurts doesn't have his, you know, number one game or number two game. He has like his worst game of the season, but I don't know if I can see that scenario happening. I mean, if we're talking about the Dallas making it to the NFC Championship game, playing Philadelphia and having that perfect game happen, it would only happen in 1 in like 500 chances. Like, it's not going to happen. Like, it can happen, but it's pretty much, as long as there's no injuries here on out, Philadelphia pencil them into the Super Bowl. And I normally am not that bold to say something like that, but yeah, I see, you know, Minnesota, Dallas, the Niners, but they're still not better than Philly. There's no, you know, it's not Buffalo Bills, Kansas City Chiefs, Bengals, where it's like, who's the best team? No one knows. You could even argue the Bengals are the best team in the AFC right now. Are you going to argue that? Yeah, the Bills and the Chiefs got Mahomes and Allen, but they got Burrow. Defense has been playing kind of good, Cincinnati. Sometimes Cincinnati's defense is better than the Chiefs and the Bills. So that's what makes me kind of nervous. Because if the Bengals D plays better than the Bills D or the Chiefs D, what do you think is going to happen to the Bills and Chiefs? Something could happen. So, and the only two teams that are on the Philly level are Dallas and San Fran, in my opinion, right now. Niners 7, Seahawks 0. I appreciate you. My boy, Allen. Run CMC. And I think as a host too, you know, it's either you care or you don't, or you put on a front. But I guarantee, you know, I'm one of those like very, very few that actually gets to know like many, many people, like having to memorize like what your name is, where you're from, what your favorite teams are, where, you know, who your favorite players are, if you like wrestling and other things beyond NFL, and, you know, trying to remember all that information. But I'm kind of like Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. I got the steel trap. You know, he's smarter than me, Sheldon. You know, he's got the, you know, science in here, but I got the sports and other things up here too, you know. First down, Niners. Brandon Ayuk. Move the chains. Purdy is 10 for 10. Think about that for a second. The third string quarterback, right, is 10 for 10. Yeah. And I only share certain personal stuff that I think that needs to be heard by others. To like see that, you know, some people are fake and some people are genuine and real, and you don't have to put on a front. The aura that you put off on the mic when you're on YouTube or Twitch, you can instantly tell if they're a good person or if they're shady. I think you can usually tell if someone's got kind of gives you a shady vibe. Chances are they're probably one of those shady people that are just kind of putting on a front, you know. You can put on a smile and you can say the words, but you know, getting to know people and, you know, having those bonds and relationships is worth more than any dollar amount. Of course, you need to pay bills. Money's important. Paying the rent is fucking important. But making bonds with people is the best thing you can have for fulfillment in life. Holding. Because think about it. If you have great bonds with people, yeah, you can be rich. But what happens if you get to a point where you're poor and you really need some help? You know what I mean? If you don't make those bonds and those bonds aren't genuine, you know, you'll not only be able to have the friendship and be there for the good times and the bad times, but sometimes you can actually rely on someone that normally you wouldn't be able to rely on. Normally it's friends and family that are close to you, that live in your state, that are like there face to face. But you build bonds on places like this or Twitch or other places, it could end up being something more. First down and 18. It's like our own exclusive VIP club. 7-0 Niners. Purdy, shotgun set on first down and 18. Little check down to George Kittle. Tackled short of the first down marker. Michael Jackson with the tackle. Brock Purdy. And I love it when they, every time the Niners keep getting a quarterback hurt, Trey Lance, Jimmy G, you're going down the scale. But it shows you, like, if you weren't a believer in the 49ers, you know what I mean? Like, if the media wants to tell you why they like the Niners, they will have a different opinion of why I like them and why I think they're good. They'll spin it differently. But I mean, as far as organizations are run, Eagles, Chiefs, Niners, they're always going to be competitive because of the organization, even if they have a third-string quarterback. I'm jealous of those organizations. You know what I mean? Sometimes the Eagle organization has been dumb, and Howie and some of the big boys at the top, they picked the wrong guy. But they've started to turn it around, and they started to pick the right guys. They got the right people in the war room telling, the top guys, listen, you want this. You've been fucking wrong. We could have had Justin Jefferson and DK Metcalf. Let me, the analytic guy, figure it out. And now they're starting to really go on all cylinders. And I bet Philly fans are relieved. You cannot miss in the draft too often, but before a fan base just goes nuts. And good for them making the moves and going all in this year. I mean, if you don't win the Super Bowl, it's a disappointment to only Eagles. Like, it's like you went all in, not winning the Super Bowl is the failure. You can say the same for Bengals, Chiefs, and Bills, but it's not, because you don't even know if you're going to get there. It's not like we were like, oh, Eagles, Bills, the Bills haven't been the Eagles. The Chiefs haven't been the Eagles. The Bengals haven't been the Eagles. So there's not that equivalent on the other side. And you never know. Football's crazy. The sleeper could be like Miami. Tyreek gets a couple of cheap touchdowns. They can win any game in the NFL. That's how good Tyreek is. Facts. 7-0 Niners. And then you see all these people on like Good Morning Football and Peter Schrager. They're like on Twitter and they're like watching. They're like, oh, this guy's got a good point. Now I don't even have to read or watch film. I'll just fucking listen to this motherfucker for a little bit, steal his material, and I'll talk about it on the show tomorrow. There you go. I got you, man. For all the people that don't want to do their job, I got you. You want to party tonight? You don't want to watch film or read? I got you.
Your business, no problem. Success starts with Intuit QuickBooks. Proud sponsor of the NFL. I'm always driven to innovate.
Yeah, you like I said, you need to get some, professional help. You got to be able to, do that. That's 100% real. You got to get professional help. You have to be able to talk to someone other than me, and you know what I'm saying. We appreciate you and we love you here. And anytime it gets to that extreme, which I know that's happened before, you got to make sure you have your counselor or like Big Brother, that person that you can connect with face to face and on the phone. And then anything else beyond that, I'll be here, and there'll be other people that'll be here too. So, we have plenty of time to sleep. You know what I'm saying? We have plenty of time to sleep. You've gone through, a few passings in the family this year, more than one. So you have to understand, you have to take it day by day. Everyone makes their own choices at the end of the day. But definitely calling, a hotline, or if you have a counselor, or, there's phone numbers that you can call, and, or you hop on, here, and that's what we'll tell you to do. But like I said, I can be the ODOG, therapist, but, in that scenario, you got to see someone above and beyond me, and we'll be here to, on the back end, to be able to help out. We're like the secondary, but, you got to go in there and you got to talk to the head coach. So, but things are worth living for. It's all about perspective. We all go through these ups and these downs, and, sometimes we lose people. So that's why I think it's more important to have a pet. If you have a dog or a cat, and if you don't have one, go get one. Because if you're already at the brink and you need your life to change, to be able to, for you to care about someone other than yourself that you actually care about living, like me and Paisley, it changed my life forever. And I'm not lying. I mean, like I said, I was on the brink of like going down a darker path or partying too much and not focusing on the dream as much here. And sometimes you got to have an awakening. And if you do get a pet, a brand new one, as long as you can take care of it for that, 10 to 15 year commitment, not just like for a year and then you give it away, that could change your life too. So, yeah. And that's me being real. 100%. I'm always going to be 100. No matter the scenario, good, bad, or maybe alarming. But I love you. We love you in here, and get the proper information. You know what I mean? And hang out with me, man. Like I said, you have any time you get a little, dude, we can talk Cowboys forever. You know what I mean? And I can go old school with you too. 70s, 80s, 90s, the Aikman, right? The Emmitt Smith, the Michael Irvin, the Leon Lett, the prime time, the Ken Norton. We can do it. So I'll always be here. You can message me any day, anytime. If I don't respond, I'm sleeping, or, that's probably the only reason I won't respond. I'm up all the time. I mean, I'm dedicating about 16 hours of my life every day to this channel and the research. Gino, nice catch. First down, Seahawks, DK Metcalf. Let's go, baby. First down and 10. Give me a field goal, baby. Give me a field goal, baby. Oh, 2 field goals, DK says. Get O-Dog 2 field goals. 7-0 Niners. Shotgun set. Gino. DK. First down. Hawks. Gino Smith. Oh, my. All right, DK. Plus, Alan, you got to come here to check out the best pictures on YouTube. You know what I mean? There's a lot of streams that are out there. Stream would not be the same without you. You know what I mean? Who else is going to give you the HD 4K photos, brother? Nobody. I mean, I can make a person's day that's low, halfway tolerable, or better within 30 minutes. Sometimes a little bit more. Shotgun set. Smith. Yeah. And plus, the Cowboys legitimately have a shot to make the NFC Championship game this year. Like, there's really 2 teams that are right there. You got the Niners, the Cowboys, and the Eagles. You want to make sure that, if this is the year, or next year or the year after, you're going to want to watch it. The team alone. Yeah, and if that's what you feel that is going to be best for you, you know what? I think that is 100% the right answer. I think that's a lot of courage and a lot of bravery, man. Sometimes it's okay to say, fuck, I need help. I need fucking help. I need fucking help. It's like, you don't want to make a rash decision. You want to make sure you're solid. And when you come back, you hit me up immediately, and we'll catch up, and we'll talk Cowboys football all day, all night, man. I'm doing pretty good. I mean, a little rough yesterday. But I'm hustling, I'm grinding. It's been a rough month. We're definitely behind the 8 ball, but overall mentally, I am good. I'm good. How are you? 3rd down and 8, 7-0 Niners. I got some amazing photos in the stream. How long can you stay with me, Shep? Shep has actually been coming through more often, and I love it. Sometimes even staying for a couple hours before work. Yeah, but we're just making sure, Shep, we're encouraging Alan to get the proper help. Sometimes when we're not doing good mentally, before anything serious happens, we want to make sure that, if you check yourself into the right place, that'll get you the right help. And then when you come back, we'll be here. And I know I'm not the only one that cares about you too, bro. Regardless if you're a Cowboy fan or not, some people will be Cowboy haters. Let's just be honest. You know what I mean? But people in this room, it doesn't matter what team you root for. This is Team NWSF. You know what I'm saying? We have a lot of things that we like and we don't like, but, we try to look out for each other here. Genuinely. Not forced. Gino with the pump fake. First down. Gino Smith and a late hit by Talanoa Hufanga. Where's the flag? Where's the flag, baby? Woo! Gino. Smith. My goodness. First down, Hawks. I hope they pay him. I hope he stays. It's a really cool story, Talk about an underdog. I feel like I fucking Geno Smith. I'm grinding. I just feel like, the numbers don't equate to the greatness that we have here, overall as the channel. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like when you see some of the other, people, their numbers, I feel that ours should be similar more to what their numbers are, but our time will come. But it shows you don't have to be the biggest name, but if you put in the work, and you have a great year, the stats don't lie. You can tell the eye test. Is NWSF a good sports channel? You can make the test. We're definitely original here. Shotgun set, Gino, screen pass. Noah Fant, first down, Hawks. Nice job.
Seahawks giving 49ers some of their own medicine, moving Fant in motion.
Oh, stir-fried chicken, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, baby. My dude. Oh, heck yeah, dude. Bro. All right, so I'm real with it. We all go through the good and the and the bad, but I feel like I have a good aura and a vibe. Like if people want to open up to me, I'm going to be 100% honest and real no matter what. But yes, I obviously Alan had a family member pass and wants to get ashes, and there's this really dope Dallas Cowboys, because his dad was like the biggest Dallas Cowboy fan, right? And it's like a kind of like a custom urn with the Cowboy stuff, and it can like engrave like the name, and they're super dope. Obviously it's going to be really, when people pass, like I said, it's not an easy thing, right? But to be able to have the memory of their life, that would be the ultimate, and he wouldn't want it any other way, because I've never met his dad, but I can tell, if you're one of those guys, that would be incredible, and I think that would be perfect for him. 3rd down and 8. And the best part, about Allen too, he's not one of those delusional Cowboy fans. Of course, he loves his fucking players just like every other delusional Cowboy fan. But it's like, if you can be a tolerable Cowboy fan or a good one, you just don't have to, be crazy with it all the time. But a lot of times people are crazy with it. It's because of the passion, and all they do, they just want to win. It's just Jerry Jones kind of gives them a bad name as a fan base sometimes, but all they want to do is win, and they're really passionate. They dress up, and they haven't been good since 92, 93, and 95. And don't you think that they fucking know that? They know that shit. You know what I mean? That's why they're so extra, because they fucking want it so bad. Like, no one wants to suck for, like, you're like one of the best in the world for like 3 out of 4 years, the generational team of the 90s. And then now you're waiting for like 20, 30 years. Can we win a fucking game? It's like we got all these fucking great players, Des Bryant and all these other motherfuckers. Like, can we actually win a fucking game? But what I am going to win is maybe fantasy if I get this goddamn field goal. Here we go, 38-yarder. Let me get some fucking points here. Myers. And it's good. Yeah. Give me some fantasy points, baby. 7-3 Niners. Fantasy, baby. Need it. I need it, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. 7-3 Niners. All right, let's do that. You're my boy. He's got him on fantasy too. So, and like I said, if you stumbled across him, that when you picked up Myers, because I assume you didn't draft him, when did you get him? Like, when did you realize that Jason Myers was good like me? I was like, fuck, dude. I was like, I'm going to double dip. I'm going to grab Gino and I'm going to grab Myers, and I'm going to run with these guys for the rest of the season, obviously with Herbert, and then I got Fields. But I think you have Fields as well. So it sounds like your team is kind of like mine. Shepard's like, no more field goals because I'm playing against him in fantasy. So 3 out of the 4 people, actually everyone that's in the playoffs. Jake was here early. He left. And then obviously me, Shep, and Sarah are in the playoffs. We're the top 4. So, all right, I need to go get my, that is awesome, man. Your dad would love that. Fire, dude. All right, let me go get my, what do I got in the freezer? I got not Mango Madness. I got Snapple Kiwi Strawberry. So it might be like completely frozen dog. So let me take a quick peek and we'll be right back. We will be right back.
Including TB or hepatitis B or C. Serious lung infections, skin cancer, blood clots, and low blood cell counts occurred with Opzelura. In people taking JAK inhibitors, serious infections, increased risk of death, lymphoma, other cancers, and major cardiovascular events have occurred. The most common side effect was the common cold.
Discover the feeling of relief at your fingertips with Opzelura, the cream that helps calm itch and clear skin. Ask your dermatologist about Opzelura today.
Christian McCaffrey, take a look at some of the numbers he's put up 6th season. First 5.5 in Carolina. 26 games with 50 or more rushing and 50 or more receiving yards. Only Marshall Falk.
Paisley's on the couch, is posted up, chilling like a G.
He's had 11 games with a rushing and receiving touchdown. And the guy who leads in that category is Marshall Falk.
That first sip, my God. My God. I'm telling you, if you're looking for something refreshing and different, grab some Snapple, throw that bitch in the freezer for like maybe an hour, 45 minutes to an hour, right before it gets too slushy. And it's like you're back in the 80s or the 90s with like some kind of squishy, slushy jump off from like the Simpsons / your local 7-Eleven. Delicious. So good. I'm gonna get all extra field goals. Boom, field goal. And then we're gonna get a nice one too, Shep. Me and Amazement, we got Myers. We're gonna get like a 50-yarder. Bang, 5 points. So that way, if we at least end with 8, we can have like good thoughts in our mind. We want 10, but if we get to 8, obviously I'll take some extra points. One more field goal, but I don't know how many more touchdowns. This might be a 2017 game, 23-20 game. Fuck, we might not even get to 23-20. Yes. Good defense there. Richard Sherman clone with the hair. I picked him up early in the season, because obviously I had Butker and then I dropped him, because he was injured. I normally don't do that. If it's a kicker that I think is going to be top 5, I would never drop a top 5 kicker, but I got impatient and I was like, I got to make a move. I got, injuries with Herbert. I'm like, I got to figure this out. So I was like, all right, I'll try to get Geno Smith. We'll figure it out. And then I got picked up Koo. And then the Falcons were doing good with Mariota. And I was getting some really good points out of him for a couple weeks. And then he fucking shit the bed. And I was like, this is not working. I'm not getting enough opportunities for field goals. More extra points are like nothing. And then I saw Myers had like 2 games of 10 plus, and it was week 4. And I was like, this is perfect. If I grab him, what if he goes on a string of many double digit? Because I believed in Geno. I was like, wow. So I was like, maybe I'll just grab both and just double dip and see if it works. And it fucking did. And I got Geno, and Geno kept me afloat when Herbert was injured. And I've had Myers since, week 3, week 4. So, and he's like the number 1 kicker, dude, besides Carlson. He's like number 1 in NFL, 24 out of 25, now 25 out of 26. But Carlson's ranked like number 1 usually because, so many opportunities there. And I tried to get him, but Sarah drafted him. So, Sarah as a female knows football players. And that's what makes her so good, because if you know football players, you're going to be better than dudes, because you know more. And it's apparent. You're second place and you can win it all. But you just got to make sure that your heavy hitters go off. So that means for Sarah, if she's going to win the championship, Josh Allen, 30, 40, 50 points. Travis Kelce, 25, 35, 40 points. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 30, 35, 40. Tyreek, 40, 30, 28. Just those couple pieces. Carlson, 10, 15, 18, 13, 11, 9, 14. Fuck, man. When you got those kind of pieces, you can have 5 or 6, and they could each hit 20 or more. That's how you get like 180, 200 in a fantasy week. Handoff. First down, Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey's nice on the Niners, man. It's like, it gives them that huge X factor, like even a bigger X factor than Saquon, because Saquon can't do this. Not as well. McCaffrey and Eckler are the two best receiving running backs by far. Like they are by far like elite. Like they can get you 2 in the air and 2 on the ground. Not many guys can do that. And McCaffrey is Caucasian running back. Let me say that again. Caucasian running back. And it's not like, a situation like we had on the post Madden cover back in the day. There was a Cleveland Brown running back that got on Madden. It's not a great white hype. Like Ed, obviously the wide receiver dad, that's a big reason. He's got better genes than Levi's, really good genes, right? But I don't know if anyone thought, if you watch Stanford football, have you watched it? You saw how, like Andrew Luck and McCaffrey and some of these guys in college, how good they were. McCaffrey was built different. I'm just kind of hoping for that great white hype, Caucasian, tall corner. I want to see the very first 6'4" beast, like white Caucasian corner. Like just like a amazing, like we've never seen it before. Like a LeBron James of the corner position. And then that will like gain some tread and then other people might switch positions. So instead of going to wide receiver, maybe we can get those guys to like flip and go like, I'm not going to be that tall receiver. Maybe I'll do corner, but corner takes a lot more discipline. And it's a hell of a lot easier catching a football than trying to fucking tackle someone. But
when free hot breakfast can make or break your day, it matters for you.
You know it, baby.
Hampton by Hilton.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that for you.
Hilton for the stay.
No problem. No problem. Alan is the man. My boy Alan is the man. All right, we're gonna show the urn that he's gonna get for his dad. Obviously you have to be very comfortable with yourself to, not only share it with me, but want to share it with the group as well. And him being a hardcore Cowboy fan, he's gonna want you to make sure that you're gonna get dressed up, and we're gonna be watching the games, and and you're getting to a point where you're almost like Super Bowl bound. Like you can kind of feel it, like the Cowboys going to a Super Bowl in the next like 7 years. Is it that crazy to think? I know if they get Sean Payton, it'll happen very quickly. You have Dan Quinn, Sean Payton. It could happen year 1 of Sean Payton getting there. So we got to make sure that we take care of business. But boom. So it's got the urn, you got the case for it, and then it's got the name. Yeah. Fire, man. He wouldn't want it any other way. You know what I'm saying? Especially if that's your number one thing in life. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing that the bond that you had together, games watching together. You know what I mean? And that doesn't mean that you don't have to stop watching games together. You can be right there watching together. He's always going to be there, whatever form it is, physical or spiritual, and then you can have that, boom, post it up, watch the game, talk to each other, Beautiful, beautiful Seattle downtown. This picture on the TV, do you see where the building 12 is? And then directly behind it, usually I stay in one of those big ones there at like the top, at the 35th or the 40th floor. That's where I stay when we go to games where me and Justin almost picked. Almost intercepted. That's why you play corner or safety instead of wide receiver. Oh, my. But that's where I stay when I go to Mariner games with my boy Justin. When you see me road tripping to go to Mariners and trying to get a Julio ball, that's where we try to stay so we can see those views. And the water is right there. It is like the most beautiful thing ever. And you can look out the window and see the stadiums. You're so high up, and you can see helicopters, airplanes, ships going by. It is like the craziest vibe. And you can step on the platform and stand up and like lean against the window, like, obviously you don't want to lean on it, but it's secure, but it's awesome, man. And it's like got a little like sitting area. So if you just want to post up and just be like on the ledge, like looking out, oh my God, so cool. So cool. And then the lights come up and they got the Ferris wheel, and it's such a cool vibe. It's like a very prettier Portland. We still have like, every place is going to have homelessness issues and bums, and you'll have like kind of a dirtier part and kind of more crime part of the city. But Seattle's definitely a lot cleaner than Portland, as anyone would suspect. Costs a lot more to live in Seattle and LA than it does here. But we're not dumpy here. We got some nice places here in Oregon. Gino? Oh, that's delicious. First down and 10. This might be the most entertaining 7-3 game I've seen this season, just because I'm invested in both of these teams. Let them know. That'll be another thing that they steal and they put into a Madden video game, or someone will try to use that on a program. But then if you do it, you have to do it how we say it here. What happened to my hands? If you don't do it, and then like Peter Schrager goes on Good Morning Football, what happened to my hand? It doesn't really. What happened to my hands? No, it's not going to hit the same way. Just like when he stole my Uncle Momentum, he didn't say it right. So now, obviously, stealing other people's material is, a lot of people love to do it. Every great YouTuber or streamer will have their own catchphrases, their own mannerism, their own sayings, because they're trying to be creative. They're not trying to be like everyone else. And then if they're really good at what they do, there's a few of us, right? Then those fumble, those things catch on, scooped. Oh, baby. And then taken down by the neck by Abraham Lucas Ward with the big turnover. Do you smell what the Niners are cooking? What happened to my hands? What happened to my hands? You got fucking baba. Yeah, bro. I mean, if things are getting tough, you should get off here and go and make the proper phone call and get the appointment. Like even if you need it like tonight, because like I said, if you feel like you're going up and down in emotions, you know what I mean. Like I can always make things better here, but you might want to be able to put you make the decision, right, on everything that you do. I'll gladly spend all my time with you here, and we can chill. You know what I mean, but. Just being real, you know what I mean? If emotions are up and down, you might want to make the call tonight, bro. Just because I love you and I want to make sure that we can watch Cowboy games together. Long term. 7-3 Niners.
And the 49ers, deferred winning the opening toss, have a chance for that old 2-for-1 here. Timeout taken.
Yeah, most people are afraid to talk about touchy subjects. Plus, they don't know how to talk about them because people are just, fake. They're only about just like the certain things. But, that's the difference between us here and a few other really great channels where you can just get genuine human beings hanging out with genuine human beings. And it's really refreshing because a lot of us have plenty of fake friends and fake people that we see in our life, regardless if it's at work or wherever else. So it's always nice, where you can go somewhere where everyone is like, we'll get the occasional asshole or troll or whatever, but for the most part, I mean, it's a very cool like VIP section. So 7-3 Niners. Second and goal. Purdy hands off. Touchdown Niners. Bang bang Niner gang. Run CMC. Touchdown Niners. And you got to think with that offensive line with the best left tackle in the game, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey can turn into like the number one running back, even though we have like Josh Jacobs and, Derrick Henry. And if you look at like, Nick Chubb and all the guys that have like the top 5 yards. But if we're talking about like moving forward, extra point is up by Robbie Gould. And it's good. But as far as like moving forward, if they go undefeated in December, they're already on like a 5-6 game win streak. If they go win 10 in a row, like you're telling me a 10 in a row win Niner team can't beat the Eagles or the Cowboys? Yeah, they're gonna, every win gaining that confidence. Seattle needs this more than the Niners, but I'm not sure if Seattle's going to be able to do it in the second half. But Pete is really good at adjustments at halftime. So as long as the players, can execute some of these plays, but again, it's not every day you go against your rival, and it just so happens they got like the best fucking defense in the league besides Dallas. So, yeah, but I pride myself on being real and being able to touch on any subject of any kind. You know what I mean? I feel I'm the most versatile YouTuber that's on planet Earth. I really feel that if anyone approached me for a job, they're like, okay, you have to talk about rap artists, or you have to do food, or you have to do, this wrestling, I feel I could do it. I don't really feel there's anything outside of my comfort box. And if there's something I don't know as much about, that just means I got to read some more, watch some more film. So E-Man in the building. Damn right it was. And that's the heart and soul. This gives you a lot of heart and soul. I love me some Fred Warner. Talanoa Hufunga, but the Litas, right? With the Dre Greenlaw, that passion. I see you. Yep, true. It's Uncle Mo, man. It's that Uncle momentum. Momentum can shift, in a matter of just one play, and then it can last for a drive, last for a quarter, last for 2 quarters, last the whole game. Sometimes Uncle Mo even goes into the next game. I don't think necessarily there's a cutoff point for Uncle Mo, and then he ends up just getting up off the couch, and he's like, you know what, fuck your couch, and then leaves, and then goes to the other team. Everyone deserves to have Uncle Mo on, at their house at some point, throughout the season. What happened to my hands? Come on, brother. That's why you don't play wide receiver. My goodness. He should have picked that off. 14-3. How about let's get a field goal so we get some more fantasy points for me and Amazement. Time to win the championship, baby. Gino going deep. Got a man. Did he get it or not? My God. Whoa. Flag on the play. Oh, pass interference. DK. He said, no way. Yeah. Let's see. What did you do, DK? Let's watch. He got grabbed a couple times. Oh, he pulled the jersey. Damn, why did you pull the jersey? If you didn't pull maybe it would have been picked if he didn't pull the jersey. Oh, sneaky motherfucker, DK. Oh, man. Because he got grabbed early on, so you can argue that fact. Early on, past 5 yards, he got grabbed twice, but you can't pull the jersey down. If he pull it, like, oh, and then maybe he could have got away with it, but he fucking yanked that bitch to bring the guy down a foot. Gino, sneaky ass DK, lock it, my boy. Gino. Gino. Lock it. Tyler, get to the door and lock it. My boy. One of my favorite number 2 receivers in the entire league. And I got Godwin, so I should know. Gino? Hart? Call timeout.
This has been a fun matchup to watch. In many cases, Javarius Ford has followed DK Metcalf. And I don't even care if it's just him blocking.
Yeah, and I really like Tony Pollard. And like I said, I know football. I really feel that if I was on a staff, on any team, college or NFL, I feel I could make a team better. I know not a lot of people could. There's some people that are really dedicated at what they do. But, I mean, if it's about stats and analytics, I know that, I could give some insight, and kind of, maybe push someone to more of a positive play call, or opinion. But as long as they keep running with this could take them all the way to the NFC Championship game. And there's not very many teams that are going to be able to beat the Niners. This is one of them, and Philadelphia is the other. So it's really going to come down. It looks like 3 teams and 3 teams, Eagles, Cowboys, Niners, Bengals, Bills, Chiefs. Who is going to win the Super Bowl out of those 6 teams? Or do we have a mystery, 7th and 8th team that just comes out of the blue and just goes all the way? Oh, baby. You got this, brother. You got this, brother. You got this, brother. Yeah, you got to make me, like I said, this is right when the Cowboys are getting good. We're going to want to make sure that you're healthy mentally, physically, so that way you can really enjoy this run. You haven't gone through hell over these last like 10 or 15, 20 years, right? You know, nobody's given up. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep going forward. Yeah, some hard shit that happened to you. You know, I mean, you're going to be able to get the proper help. I'll be here for you. The GOATs will be here. And then we're going to end up watching your team do some magic in the next 5 years. And if you're lucky, you might end up even getting a Super Bowl, and your dad is definitely going to want to have you watching together with that. That's facts. For Shizzle, 14-3 Niners.
16 drives, 10 punts, 3 turnovers. Time in that place and only
Come on, Seahawks. I need a field goal. I need some points, baby. I know you personally don't like to hear all of the bullshit extra talk from the Niners. You know, I'm just going to give my opinion. I know that Eagles fans are tired of hearing the Cowboy Niner, you know, but there has to be some type of, okay, who actually has a chance? Nobody. But if someone actually, if we, just for fuck's sake, we just have to say a couple teams and be like, all right, well, if we had to choose someone. But I think you're starting to see it, even if you weren't a Niner believer back then. But you're starting to see coaching is everything. Sean McVay making Baker look halfway decent and actually beating the Raiders. What does that say about the Raiders' depth and their coaching? You know? So you have like this horrible team with no Aaron Donald, no Cooper Kupp. You don't got nobody out there. And you're still able to win with Baker Mayfield with like 2 days. That's like puts Sean McVay in like elite category to me. And Shanahan, obviously, he doesn't matter. Now, if they end up getting a superstar quarterback like the Niners, like a Josh Allen or a Herbert type player, not maybe Brady, they can win one and he can retire. But if they ever get a superstar quarterback in San Fran, they're going to win a couple in a row, possibly. Like that would be like the team that's built perfectly. Good upper management, good coaching staff, good play callers, O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, wide receivers, tight ends, running backs. Everyone's athletic. It's like you're just missing the quarterback. That's the only thing you're missing. And you get that elite quarterback. Imagine if Trevor Lawrence goes there in like a couple years, how good they could be. Yeah, Trevor could win a couple Super Bowls in San Fran. Like I honestly feel that would be like a match made in heaven. If I'm Trevor, I'm like, well, stay here with the Jags or go with San Fran and win. You know, so we'll see if my ESP or if I talk that into the universe. But in a couple years from now, if Trevor Lawrence doesn't re-sign after his rookie deal and he ends up in San Fran, then you'll be like, oh, this motherfucker is a time traveler. How the motherfucker did he think of that? No one else on planet Earth has said that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You know, sometimes we got to hop in the DeLorean. But that would be, to me, the perfect fit. I would love to have Justin Herbert in Tampa Bay in a couple years, but I'm not necessarily thinking that would happen, but it would be a dream come true. Then you'd see me like this on stream, just dancing. Justin Herbert signs to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then boom. I don't know what I would do. Just hop out the window, start screaming, going crazy. That'd be nuts. Halftime show. 14-3 Niners. All right, what other photos do you guys want me to put up for the people that I can put up some more stuff for Alan? We can do that for the time being. Let's put up some Cowboy stuff. Let's get some legendary Cowboy stuff up on here. Now, hell no, man. We don't want Jimmy G, bro. I don't want Jimmy G. Jimmy G is like, like just above average game manager as a winner, but I want someone better. I don't want Kyle Trask. I want someone else. You know what I mean? I'd rather have, honestly, Ryan Tannehill come to Tampa than Jimmy. If you don't, or Carr, but I don't know if that's going to happen. So, see, us Buck fans, the smart ones, we think alike. $6 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. Let's do it. Hopefully, we'll get a few more people coming through, and then we'll get to a good number before we end. You just got to believe. All right, let's go with some throwbacks too. Let's go with like some Emmitt Smith and Dion. We got to make sure we're gonna take care of Allen. He's our boy. Love me some Tony Pollard, and I've been saying this for years, how Tony Pollard has been better than Zeke, but for whatever reason, Jerry Jones just lets, Dak and Zeke, because they're best friends, just whatever, they just keep the same type of formula. But at some point, if a guy is better than you, you got to be able to give the guy his due. And I think that we've seen it this year. If you have it in fantasy or you watched him, when he's the sole back, when Zeke is hurt, guy can get you 100 to 150 yards and a couple scores. Even if he splits carries, he can average like 5 to 7 yards a carry. You give him 10 carries, but he gets like fucking 90 yards. You name another backup running back that gets 10 fucking opportunities, 10 shots to get yards, and motherfucker almost gets 100 in 10 carries. That's impressive. So if you don't recognize that, then you're fucking stupid, but they finally recognize. And now we're starting to see some greatness like this. I need all the field goals, baby. Come on, bro. I need some field goals. I need to win, bro. I need a championship. Bro, this is my 4th year. This is my 4th. And you know how much time and patience and energy, I probably put in more energy on anyone on planet Earth in fantasy. 2 hours a day. I don't know anyone else that's doing that, unless you're working for a fantasy football show. And I'm like, looking at my team. I'm looking at your team. I'm looking at your team. I'm looking at the bench. I'm looking on the wire. I'm reading. I'm clicking on all the buttons. It's the button clicking that I click on to read is insane. It's pure insanity. But that's how you turn into 13-1. But I mean, I need some points, dude. Come on, man. I need some points. Right here. I needed to get to 10. Yeah, Pollard's a better pass catcher, though. And I know blocking is one thing, but the offense flows better with Pollard than Zeke. Anyone that has eyes can see that. Megan in the building, 14-3, still have a chance. You obviously know this is going to be a tough one, right? Taking a break. Yeah, you got to have hope. Everyone, it's a rivalry game. Got a rivalry game, and it's not looking too good, but like I said, there's always another half, right? And who's really good at making adjustments in the second half? Right here. Well, he's one of the top 5 in the NFL making adjustments. So he might not be the best at making adjustments, but he's damn good. So we'll see. $10 for Megan to help support the cause. And it hasn't been horrible. You just had that one fumble there. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Bang, bang. And like I said, that you guys are more desperate than them because you guys don't want to drop, another game and go to 7-7. But the offense hasn't looked horrible. But again, you rely, guys, so much on Kenneth Walker and certain guys that you had. So whether it's like Penny or any of the backs from the past, you got to have the one guy. But Kenneth Walker is so relied on. When you go to Homer and the others, it's not the same vibe. Offensive line is still doing good, but you're also going against the best defense, not named the Cowboys. So it's really hard to get yards rushing the ball unless Kenneth Walker is fully 100%, and then he can match that intensity. But they're going to have to not give up on the run. They have to do that, and hopefully we can get a DK or Lockett touchdown, a couple Myers field goals, and then we can have a little bit closer of a game. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, and Walker's coming off the injury. So, and obviously that's why in fantasy, Jake is the number 3 team. He's playing him, but that's a risk because when you play someone that's coming off an injury, you're hoping he gives you, that 13 to 20 points that he's projected for, but you might only get 5. Or if he re-aggravates the injury. So it's a real, or a guy's been playing kind of bad, 3 out of 4 weeks. I might bench Nick Chubb over Chris Godwin at the flex because I already have Justin Jefferson and D-Hop, and I got Saquon and Josh Jacobs. So I normally go Nick Chubb, Saquon, Josh Jacobs at flex, but Nick Chubb has gotten 3 out of the last 4 games under 9. So I'm Godwin's going to get me 10 to 19. So do I just go to Godwin? So this might be the first week where I go 3 wide receivers instead of 3 running backs, at the flex. So, and that's a tough thing for me because if Chubb goes off for 2 or 3 touchdowns and 100 yards and 20, 30 points and I lose, I'm going to be fucking pissed. You know what I mean? But just based off trajectory, I look at consistency in fantasy. And that's how you end up looking at, consistency. You can go, oh, a guy is projected green for 15. But then if he's been getting 5 points the last 3 weeks, what would make me think that he's going to get 15? Because the computer told me so? Fuck out of here. So I don't go for those little traps. You know what I mean? I go for consistency. So. Oh, but you still got a chance if you got this guy. Okay, he might have to run the football. You know what I mean? Like if I'm coaching the team, and obviously I feel that I'm a very knowledgeable, person there, but you have to look at your team's strengths, right? And one thing that they didn't game plan for is probably Geno running a lot, right? Use Geno like Justin Fields. He's athletic enough. He's fast enough. Sometimes you got to flip the script. So if they think you're just going to do run, pass, run, play action, pass, run, and run, punt, you got to mix it up. So maybe even doing something like that. Now, will they implement that? Probably not unless I call them. But that's what I would do. You got to mix it up, and you don't have to do that for the rest of the game. But if you went up tempo RPO, you could probably get a few more opportunities of like 8 to maybe 20-yard runs by Geno, and that could spark a touchdown. And then boom, you get to 14-10. Then he throws for one. You know what I mean? Like you got to get Geno going. Geno's like it's like here in Oregon. I went out and I had to warm up the SUV. You know what I mean? And like it was completely frosted, and I was gonna try to get like some breakfast stuff, and it took like 10 minutes to thaw. Sometimes it takes a little while, and boom, then you're ready to go. And sometimes, it'll take Geno a little bit longer. But again, remember, this is the Niners. And again, like I said, this is the biggest threat to the Eagles going to the Super Bowl. So this is even better than the Cowboys for me. I think Cowboys are right there. The Cowboys have more of a well-balanced roster. Obviously, Dak is better than Purdy, duh, right? They got Micah Parsons. But player for player, the Niner players are better on defense, player for player, but they got Micah, right? So, and they got Dan Quinn, so that's kind of an advantage. You got the best coach and schemer, and you got arguably the best player. And then on the other side, you got arguably the best player in Bosa. And you got like Greenlaw, you got so many guys. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, look at this. You got Armstead, go Ducks, Bosa, MVP, defense, either him or Micah. Warner, top 4 linebacker. Talanoa Hufanga is like a baby Troy Polamalu. What? And then you got Drake Greenlaw and a couple others. So Dallas has a few guys, DeMarcus Lawrence and a few others, Micah, but they don't, it's not the same. Diggs, they got like maybe 5 guys out of the 11. Niners have closer to like 7 or 8. And when you have 7, 8, or 9 guys that are good and 2 that are like average or above average or bad, you're going to be killing it out there. 9 guys out of 11 are good. I mean, no wonder you're fucking killing it every week on defense. Most defenses have like half or like 1 or 2 or 3 for like the bad teams. So that's the ultimate goal. You're never going to have 11 good players on offense and 11 on defense. But if you shoot for that 9 number and have 2 that are like role players, average, maybe above average, maybe even shitty, and injured or whatever. But, that's what those great defenses are looking for, 8 or 9. So you only have like 2 weak spots, maybe 1 secondary member, maybe 1 D lineman, maybe 1 linebacker, maybe 1 safety. So that way you kind of cover it up a little bit because the other guys are so elite around you. But that's what I would do with Geno. All right, let's throw up a couple photos. And we'll get more of this throughout the stream if Alan will be here. Let's get some good luck here. Let's go a little Steve Largent, some old school. This is why they play football. It's you got to go through both, first half, second half. Look at there. Do a little Deion Sanders, a little high step, right? Come on now, let's go. Let's go. That was a fast halftime. Maybe I'm just used to the college football ones being longer. Third quarter, 14-3. And then we get a Jim Zorn in here. Are you going back to the Hawks Nest? I assume you're going back, right? I don't know if you're going to come back after, but let me know if you're going to be in here or if you're leaving so that way I can know when to give pictures if you're going to be in here. So I appreciate your support all the way from Australia. For any of you that are new that don't know, Megan actually got a chance to visit and see the Seahawks versus the Cardinals as well as USC. So got a chance to go to LA, California, and Washington and Seattle before she went back to Australia. So very cool. Nice return for the Niners. I loved Emmett. I mean, I watched Emmett before Emmett was Emmett. I watched him in Florida for the Gators, and I don't know if a lot of the people in the room, I mean, some of us are older than 40. So if you're 40 and up or 35 and up, and if you had those memories and whatnot, but yeah, he was awesome because when I was watching him, I was like 7, 8 years old, around that, like, and then he came in, and then 1990, I even have a Emmett Smith rookie card, and I got the score supplemental, like one of Emmett's rarest cards. It's a very cool card too. Short run from McCaffrey. Yeah. I mean, obviously it's easy to remember more. Like for me, my guys are going to be Steve Spurrier. That's my guy. That's a big part of why I'm a Tampa fan, right? Spurrier, not just being the quarterback for Tampa in 1976, even though he sucked and were dog shit and went 0-26, but Spurrier in his mind and that spread offense. But my guys are Danny Warfel, right? Ike Hilliard, Jaquez Green, Rydell Anthony. Those will always be my guys. And having those guys on top of Warren Sapp at the U and Derek Brooks at Florida State, all those guys going to the Bucs, that was a big part of it. When obviously Lynch was there, Sapp and Brooks got drafted. It was game over. Wide open, George Kittle, rumbling and a bumbling. Get the fuck out of my way. Rumbling, touchdown, horrible tackling by Seattle. Why? Touchdown, Niners. Brock Purdy for MVP. My goodness. Uh-oh. It pays to have defense, and it shows. Kittle is getting back to being George Kittle. My goodness. If you got George Kittle in fantasy, points, baby. Damn, I wish I had Kittle. Fuck. This is the George Kittle that was right there with Travis Kelce. We say, oh, Mark Andrews now, Darren Waller. But now when he's healthy, he looks just like Travis Kelce, and it's great to see. Extra point is up. Robbie, it's always gold. 21-3. Purdy. They're like, well, you guys can't win with a second string after Trey Lance, and Jimmy G. Oh, you guys can't win with third string. And this is their reaction. We can't? Okay. Seattle's, you're running out of time now. You gotta find a way. You gotta find a way to get points on the next 2 drives. Otherwise, this one's already getting out of hand. But if it gets to 21-10, Uncle Mo may knock on the door. It just depends if you answer. And then if you get like a turnover on one of the 2 drives after you get the touchdown and you score a field goal or touchdown on that, then you're right back in the game. But it's all about the sport psychology of it all. Can you handle the fact that you're getting fucking rocked by a third string Brock Purdy? Team's legit. Team is legit. And like I said, if you're building a squad, you want to have a good running game, O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play callers. That's way more important than quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end. Those will fall into place. But if you have great O-line, great D-line, great running game, great defense, great play calling, the other things can be average and it'll work its way out. I mean, like think about like the 2000 Ravens and the 2002 Bucks, right? Trent Dilfer, Brad Johnson. We were able to win Super Bowls. But Brad, I think, is better than Trent because if you looked at his stats in that Super Bowl year, Brad went bananas. He did so much homework and had to learn like John Gruden's insanity of like 30-word plays. Spider 2 wide banana times 3, and each one is like a different route for the audible on the next play. Like if you actually listen to Buccaneer audio on YouTube, it's ridiculous. If you're an idiot quarterback, you would have never been able to win a Super Bowl or even do anything with John. John was way too advanced with his terminology. But Brad figured it out. Brad is a smart guy, and he got like 22 touchdowns and like 6 picks for being like a Rich Gannon journeyman. That is insanity. Brad Johnson, 6 picks. So it shows you the defense was getting just as many like pick sixes. I think they scored like 5, 6, 7, they had a lot of, defensive touchdowns in my Super Bowl year, but that's pretty incredible to think, but you can have some role player, and you're starting to get that here. Of course. I mean, obviously, and most of us are Barry guys. Most of us are Barry Sanders guys. I am. But I still have appreciation for Emmett. But for all the people that are ignorant saying Emmett's better, if you put Barry Sanders on that line, Barry's numbers would have been higher. And if you disagree, you never watched Barry Sanders. I think that's a simple fact of football fans. If you're just going to be 100% Cowboy Emmett biased, then you obviously are not being fair. Because if you put Emmett on the Detroit Lions offensive line, what is his stats? Let's be honest. Slightly lower than what they were with the Cowboys. Or maybe right at the same, but probably lower. You know, because he's a talented guy. He's a Hall of Famer. He still would have got yards on that line. They didn't have very many pieces, you know, like Lomas Braun. You know, they had like not a whole lot, right? So Emmett still would have been a superstar on the Lions, but Barry on the Cowboys would have been the greatest thing that we probably have ever seen of a combination of offensive line and then number one running back, arguably of all time. Like we could have seen something that where they made the record so unattainable. People are just like, oh, like Ted Williams going for 400. Like we're probably never going to see that. Like we could have seen that. So I don't know, this is my football knowledge. I'm, 21-3 Niners. But my ultimate five is Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Bo Jackson, Barry Sanders, Dion, and 94 on the Niners. That's my guy. And then Derek Thomas, number 6. Those are mine. Oh, no way. Is Giannis playing? Is he injured? Ja Morant going off? Ja being Ja? Ja being like Dame? Oh, look at that. Second half points allowed. Is that good? 4 at 0 and 2 at 7. That's how you end up, getting to the NFC Championship game. And people fear you, regardless of what the haters say. Cowboys and Eagles fans don't want to fuck with this Niner team. They know that this could be, the one single threat. Oh, Bosa. Picked. This game is over. This game is over unless this comes back. Touchdown, Niners. But this might be on San Francisco. I think it is. Let's find out. This is on the Niners, I believe. Let's see. Roughing the passer. It's coming back. Came back. Your boy was right. ESP, baby.
He got through Charles Cross, the rookie left tackle, who's done a really good job tonight for the most part. You always know that Bosa, whether he's going to work around you, he's a technician, works with the hands.
Yeah, oh, shit! Oh, my God, Charles Cross. Oh, shit. Someone call 911. Fuck. He's like, bah! Charles Cross. Oh, my God. Charles. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Charles Cross has been one of the best in the NFL this year. He just got fucking tossed. Whoa. Bosa's like, I'm the real deal, son. You're Pro Bowl. I'm Hall of Fame. My God. That won't happen often. Gino already getting touched. There we go. First down. That's a flag. Probably holding on the offensive line. Illegal contact on the defense. Ooh. Penalty declined. First down.
As soon as the ball is snapped, look how quickly he's in. They're just step up, use his leg strength to pull out of that potential sack, and then keeps his vision downfield. Finds Lockett.
21-3. Walker not really having the same impact that he normally does. And why is that? Because the Niner defense is fucking kind of good. It's hard to run, even if you're like a top 8, top 10 back. You could be a top 5 back and have a fucking rough time against certain teams. Certain teams, it's just not easy to get those yards. But if you're really a beast, you'll find your moments. Every beast player, no matter what the matchup is, if you're beast, right, you'll find a way. You might not go off for 100 yards and 3 touchdowns, but depending on how hard you're willing to fight, and also if you're injured, kind of hurts your chances of dominating if you're not 100%. But I love this kid. Michigan State stud. Muscles. I see you, bro. All right, Gino. Show me something, brother. I'm not starting you. I need some Jason Myers field goals. But we need touchdowns before we get to a field goal. Otherwise, they're going to keep going for touchdowns, and we're only going to get extra points from here on out and finish with like 6. Nice. First down. Get up. No one touched him, I thought. Tyler, get to the door and lock it. Geno Smith. Tyler, get to the door and lock it, baby. Move the chains. Great hands. Kind of that shorter receiver that's an impact guy. Kind of like a Steve Smith Jr. You know, just a guy that's super reliable. Might not be the most popular, right? But they got the dog in them. I'm a Buck fan, but I mean, we had some heated moments with Steve Smith and a few players, Roddy White, and, you know, a lot of those guys, Joe Horn from back in the day if you're a Bucks fan, but we recognize. Floater. Did he make that? Woo! I think he got it, man. I think he got his feet in. Woo! Baby. See? You just got Uncle Mo. You got to believe. You just can't be like, it's so fucking over. Let's see what the call is, though. Holding. Oh, holding on it. Wow. Brutal. Abraham Lucas. Abraham. But you are a rookie, too, so. Come on, baby. First down and 20. Believe. You gotta get a touchdown here. Geno. Screen. DK. Good strength. He's like, get down, buddy. Ga-ga. He's playing whack-a-mole with his hand. Ba-ba. DK strong as shit, too. Like bodybuilder body. Like Geno's like, I got some muscles. Yeah. But nobody, DK strong as shit. Yeah, you already know that. You know how the referees are going to call this game or any game. We're always going to see BS calls. Every game has got like at least 3 of them. We were like, what is this? Geno, second down and 21. Look out! Guess who? It's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for Nick Bosa sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Man, this guy's kind of good. Guess who's going to get a PED test after the game? Bosa. I mean, Charles Cross is a rookie too, and he's one of the best. But again, the 2 best this year have been Nick Bosa and Micah Parsons. And this guy's fucking unguardable. He's better than his brother. Who would have thought that? Geno, there we go, wide open. DK, baby. Let's go. Let's go. You're bigger than them. Let's go. There we 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 go. Field goal? Field goal? Be smart. Get a field goal. Let's go, baby. O-Dog needs points in fantasy. O-Dog needs points in fantasy. Championship, baby. O-Dog. O-Dog. Amazement's like, this motherfucker, he's talking this shit into existence. He's like, no way they get a field goal here. Boom, boom, 51. What did I say earlier? Maybe a 30-yarder, maybe a 50-yarder. Do you remember? Let's get it, baby. ESP. Now, some people are like, this motherfucker is an alien. This motherfucker is ESP. But I'm telling you, man, I'm built different. You get in the DeLorean with me, I'll make a prediction. A couple hours later, it's probably going to happen. Not every time, but I did say that to the specific tee. If you remember, I said, hey, maybe get a 30-yarder and then maybe a 50-yarder, 5 points. And then that way, if we can get a couple extra points, even if they lose, we can still get to 10. Low case and 8. He's like, damn, this motherfucker is a time traveler. You like that? Amazement's like, dude. See, and then when more and more people come through, and they're like, whoa, Because like I said, there's a lot of people that can make predictions on a show, but I think that we get more of the calls right here as a group. And obviously, I feel I have really good just ESP, man, like huge. And you got to understand, Myers doesn't get 50-yarders every week. So this isn't something where he's been hitting 50-yarders for the last 3 weeks, and I automatically knew that he would hit one. But as like the number one kicker, looking pretty good. So that puts him at 26 out of 27 for the season. He hasn't missed beyond 40 and has made 50. He's missed one kick all year. Hasn't missed an extra point. Let's go. Let's go. I'm telling you, man, sometimes I can talk things into existence. It's not going to happen every day, but the sports gods love your boy. I can't explain it, man. They're like, you know what? O-Dog deserves this. You know what? Buccaneers, they fucking suck. Ducks aren't very good. Blazers we're starting to get there. Mariners were good for me. Mariners were good, but he's like, he's got to win the fantasy championship. We gotta take care of him. He says he needs a 30-yarder and a 50-yarder to get to 8 minimum. Even if Seattle doesn't do anything after that, boom, let's get it done. Oh, and then maybe a couple extra points if we get touchdowns. If we get another field goal, cool. And they were in a position where it was such a long 4th and 19, you had no choice. There wasn't going for it, wasn't an option. That's exactly what we want to see in fantasy. Well, you got a lot of the same players as me, bro. You're a Buccaneer fan, so obviously we're linked in the brain somehow. Especially if you got the same type of players as me. So, and if you notice in fantasy, people that have the same type of players have a similar team based on where you probably drafted also. It's not like every team is going to be the same, but if you notice, teams that draft 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, and if you meet up with other people that drafted in that same position, a lot of times the teams are almost mirrored because you have the same, okay, this guy went at this spot. Now it's my turn. I have to pick this guy. And there's going to be a couple, oddball things like me being crazy and picking Justin Jefferson number 2 overall, and it fucks up the flow of running back, wide receiver. When I went wide receiver right out the gate, but you know what I mean, though. You play fantasy, 21-6. Niners are up. Now, this is where Uncle Mo needs help, right? So Pete needs to pick up the phone, and Uncle Mo needs to, figure it out. John Schneider, he's getting worried, right? But this is where the defense needs to come up the biggest, and we need to see, like, Tariq Woolen make a big play. You got to be able to get some sack lunches, or you got to be able to get a turnover or stop. And then the most difficult thing is like you're going against maybe like the number 1 momentum offense with the offensive line of McCaffrey. Like even if you have an elite defense, you're going to have a hard time stopping that on a play. Even the Eagles and the Cowboys are so good on defense. I think that if McCaffrey doesn't get hurt, he could lead them to the promised land. He's that good right now this year. Like back when we saw him early on. So let's go. Appreciate you. Thank you. Every dollar counts. Appreciate you. There we go. Tien Jose. Appreciate you. $1.99. Sarah with the dollar. Halfback toss. McCaffrey. Yeah, we'll get there. Slow and steady wins the race. Sometimes we got to wait a little bit. Bang, bang. Boom, boom, bang, bang. But eventually the goats will come through, and we'll get to our number. Either during the game or after the game. Tien Jose, my boy. I appreciate you. Tien Jose is one of the most consistent people. Every time he comes in, even if he doesn't have a whole lot, anything he's got extra, even if it's just a couple bucks, hey, I can go get a cheeseburger now. I'll give it to NWSF. It means a lot. $2 here, $6 here, $10 here, $1 here. It all adds up. And I appreciate it. It helps to help me continue doing this dream full time. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see for pictures. You too. Let me know. I can give you the regular Mac Jones. If you want something different, just let me know. I got you, man.
Because obviously now at this stage of the season, McCaffrey has settled into this offense, but it sure is nice to have a thumper, kind of a change of pace guy that can help continue to wear down the defense.
My boy, Tien Jose in the building. Fucking Brock Purdy, huh? Second down and 9. There we go. Hello. Let's wake up now. This is where all the drunk people need to be like more drunk. Okay? Like you got to feed off every positive play on defense. You're not making any. So if you get one, you got to get people going, and you got to be able to feed off that momentum, that Uncle Mo, that juice. When you make one play, the chances of making another play on the next play is like 50%. So if you can 2 plays in a row, a lot of teams can't do it, but sometimes you'll see back-to-back sacks or back-to-back tackles for loss. That's how you gain momentum that leads to a fumble or a pick or a fumble or pick 6. Let's go. 3rd and 15. This is one of the biggest plays of the game right here. Get him. Check down. Get him. Oh, too slow. First down, Niners. That's rough. Kyle Shanahan is a fucking genius.
Such a key play for the defense. 3rd down and 15. And this is just get the ball to a playmaker in space. This is usually Deebo Samuel, right? But here you have
3rd string quarterback. It was supposed to be Jimmy G or Trey Lance, and then you got this Brock Purdy. I've never seen a team be able to be so good everywhere, and the only hole they have is quarterback. And again, they need to have their Joe Montana, Steve Young, if we want to get back to the Niners, aka Tom Brady next year. You need to have a legend at quarterback or someone very, very good. Otherwise, you're just going to get there and lose, or not get there at all and just go NFC Championship game. Purdy falls down, gets up. Unbelievable. First down, Niners. But now he's down. That might be holding on the O-line. Yeah, that was tough. I mean, momentum is a bitch, right? But 4:21 left. They can still make a pick 6. Tariq Woolen can make a big interception. They can pop the shit out of Purdy and make him look like an amateur. There's still time. But the thing is that what separates San Francisco from the rest of the league is that when things get shaky, right, you start going downhill because of the play calling. This never goes downhill. You know what I mean? It's always going to be like the most intense focus, period. Look at this. Oh, for NFL rank, yards after catch. Think that's a coincidence? That's fucking right there. That's his DNA. That's why he's my favorite. I'm a defensive guy, but if I could have one guy be like my offensive, dream come true, it'd be the Buccaneers get him, Shanahan, and I get Herbert when he's done with the Chargers. Nice catch. Almost a first down. Juwan Jennings. He's ready to dance on the asses. Nice play.
I think it's a combination of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan finding the right personnel to fit their scheme.
Like I said, there's a few teams that have very good organizations that are run every year, and 3 that are very, very good and are going to be good for a long time. The 2 that are most similar to each other is the Kansas City Chiefs and the San Francisco 49ers. But what you've been able to see Philadelphia do since they won their Super Bowl, they have to be included in that group because now they're figuring it out. And they might have their second Super Bowl within a 8-year period. Pretty impressive when no one ever thought Philly could be this good or even that good with Nick Foles. I mean, they're projecting on being like that team that, every once in a while, if they keep it up, every 5 to 8 years, maybe they can make an appearance. And if you can do that, you stay very relevant. So, yeah, McVay and Kyle Shanahan are my 2 favorite. That would be my second choice. If I could get a coach behind Shanahan, it would be McVay. And obviously McVay won the Super Bowl, but I just don't think that Kyle, you got to think what Kyle's been able to work with and even get to the Super Bowl, which makes him more elite in my eyes. McVay, had fucking Goff and then got Stafford. You got a Hall of Famer. Who the fuck is Shanahan had? He had Matt Ryan, but they weren't even supposed to go to the fucking Super Bowl that year. Lost to Tom Brady, right? 28-3. And then you lost to Mahomes with Jimmy Garoppolo. You've never really had a amazing quarterback, unless you want to say Matt Ryan's amazing. I think Matt Ryan is, maybe borderline Hall of Fame, but there's guys that have been like better than him. You need someone better than that. And if it was just like his problem is he can't score points in the fourth quarter. If you look at every Kyle Shanahan big game they lose, one thing is constant. In the NFC Championship game, playoffs, or Super Bowl, there's only one quarter he struggles in, and it's this one. And that's the most important, especially if the game is close. So some people want to talk shit, but I look at the positive. You got to a Super Bowl with Matt Ryan and Jimmy G. Salute to you, motherfucker. And your dad is a smart motherfucker too. You got Mike Shanahan as your dad, advantage. You got all the secrets. It's like Ken Griffey Sr., Ken Griffey Jr. Oh, you want to know how to coach, how to work out, what to eat, how to have discipline? You know, I'm going to give you my playbook. Like, you got a huge advantage there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, your dad is Mike Shanahan, got a couple Super Bowls with Denver, smart motherfucker, and then he passed his smarts to Kyle. Now Kyle's even smarter than his fucking dad. Crazy. All right, let me get some photos up for you guys. And then TN with another $5. Blessings, bro. I've had a really rough month this month. So this month, it means even more than any month this year. Thank you so much, man. And we're definitely behind the 8 ball. So whenever that happens, it means a lot. Let me get you some Patriot photos. We got to get you some Judon representation because I think that a lot of people don't realize how good Judon is in the sack numbers. If you want to, Sarah, if you want to pull that up and look at like the top 5 in sack lunches and or top 3. You know, you got guys up there that you would know, but
Welcome to the great unknown. It's a world of endless possibilities and adventures you can't even imagine.
I mean, Judon is a superstar. He's just on the Patriots, so he doesn't get the recognition. Like, he's legit, not just like a good player. Like, if Judon was on any fucking team, like Judon, I kind of reminds me of a Baltimore Raven player, like a T Sizzle. Like, he just kind of gives me that vibe that they have a lot of good defensive players always in Baltimore. So it's like, if he went there, I could see it, you know, or like the Steelers or, you know, that type of football. But I mean, but if he ended up joining a team like the Niners that already have a good defense and then he goes on, that could be like the cherry on top. That's how good he is. I know, isn't that wild?
Two starters, right? Backup quarterback. Right now, as we said, it would be the number 2 pick overall in the draft. And of course, the way things are going right now, big advantage to the Seahawks in that deal for the moment.
Yeah, but for the moment, I think everybody's looked at the experiment in Denver this year, and
It's to be cool, like to be proud of a player like that. Like if I'm a Patriot fan, I'm buying that jersey. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, obviously a lot of people go for this jersey with the Mac Jones, but I'm a defensive guy. I definitely would be rocking the Judon. Like that would be, if I'm a Patriot fan, that's the one I'm wearing. I got the Devin White on right now. Sewn, baby. I don't buy jerseys as often as I did. At one point, I was buying 1 or 2 a year or more, but oh, look at this. 25-8, 11-6. Pay the man. He probably won't get $30 million a year, but I hope they stick with him. And, you know, I think it would be kind of crazy to go CJ Stroud number 2. Like, can you imagine if they need like a D-line, DN, and they could get like Will Anderson or Carter or offensive lineman, and then all of a sudden they go CJ Stroud at 2 after Bryce Young goes 1. Then obviously, you know, Geno's gone, but I mean, shit, if Geno's gone, I'll take him in Tampa Bay if they do something crazy like that. Come to Tampa after Brady. I'll take Geno on my team for sure. But my O-line stinks, so I don't know how that would work. And I'm not a really big believer in Kyle Trask yet, so even though he's a Gator. Kenneth Walker with the flip. With your boy Mac Jones. Who? Mac Jones.
This team's not giving up. You know, they've had a rough month last 4 games. Down 21-6 to me.
What about Zappy, though? Zappy kind of nice. Kenneth, pump those feet. Ooh, got landed on there. $21-6. Come on, baby. And this was supposedly the worst opportunity for points in fantasy. So I had number 1, Red. Like the worst kicker you could have, is the number 1 kicker, or one of the top kickers for fantasy, but overall in the NFL, really a true number 1, even if you want to label him 4 in Carlson and some of these other that they have statistically higher. But as far as accuracy, number 1. Geno, get rid of it, yo. Gino, get rid of it, yo. Holding and a helmet came off. So many flags, like 5 flags there. It's a flag party. But they said, oh, this is going to be a horrible game. And so far, both opportunities have led in one field goal worth 3 and another one worth 5, which is so ideal in fantasy if you're trying to win. If you get a 50-yarder, you're feeling pretty fucking good. You just need to get a little bit more.
Cross got into it there with Nick Bosa. It's been a battle. This play's kind of represents.
And I had Harrison Butker. So it's like I could have, just had 2 kickers for the whole season. There was a good chunk where I did have 2. And then, because I like to have options. If I don't think the matchup is good, I will, switch out. Sometimes I'll have 3 defenses, sometimes 2 kickers. And even I have 2 kickers sometimes when it's not even a bye week of the kicker. I like having options. Why do I got 7 fucking wide receivers? Number 7, I'm never going to use. It's insurance. So fuck that guy, get another kicker, and maybe you can win, So we're at 8 points so far, exactly what I want to see. And then I got number 1 red with Justin Fields, the worst. Number 4 was Saquon against Washington. Number 2, Jacobs. Number 1, Justin Jefferson. Number 2, D-Hop. Number 5, Mark Andrews. Number 5, Godwin. Cowboys D4. So it's pretty much saying that, Ryan, you're fucked. But even when the number is red and it says 1, and that's the worst thing on planet Earth, you can still put up good points. So that doesn't mean anything. But you get fantasy football players that will live, breathe, anything red. Nope. It could be the best. Justin Jefferson. Nope. Like, bro, it's Justin Jefferson. Nope. I'm like, all right. Yeah, I know getting 30 points with Jay Jetta is great, but if he gives me 10 and it's an off game, I'll take it as long as I still win. End of the third quarter, 21-6, Niners.
Playing Thursday night football.
Let's go.
Okay. Pass complete for 17 yards.
I like Judon, because I like the whole league. I'm not a hater. So I like Judon just as much as I like Max Crosby from the Raiders. I feel like this guy could be a good player on any team he goes to. He could even go to the Jags and he could be a monster. There's just certain guys that you see and you're like, God, unfortunate you're just on that team. Because if you were on my team or another team, what could be? And I don't know if he's going to play his whole career there, but that type of player, the endless motor and the guy that can get to the quarterback. I mean, it doesn't always have to be the Chase Youngs and the Nick Bosa, Joey Bosa, JJ Watt, TJ Watt. Sometimes it's nice to have some of these others that are lower name, but they start to become big names because they're consistent. So I know, and both of us have Justin Fields, which is number 1 against the Eagles. But you know what? I honestly think he could still score 20 to 40 points, even against the Eagles. I don't think he can. There's no team that can, I think, really shut him down, unless he gets hurt. He's still going to be able to run away from defenses. Some he'll run for 18-yard gains. Others on the Eagles, maybe it's a 3-yard gain. But enough of those 3-yard gains will lead to at least one that might be 20, and maybe he scores on that one. So we already know that we're shooting for 2 touchdowns in the air and 2 in the ground, or 2 in the air, 1 on the ground, or 1 in the air, 1 in the ground, and yardage. Or at least you want 1 and 1, because you got to try to get to 20. You're not going to get to 20 with 1 touchdown. So, but if we get 2 in the air, 1 on the ground, or 2 and 2, when you get 2 and 2, you're looking at 40 to 50. So, and there's not a dynamic quarterback that's been more dynamic than him this year. We didn't really have any diamond in the roughs besides Geno Smith this year and Justin Fields. The quarterback position has been very, we know who is good and we know who is bad. We know who's got an O-line and who doesn't. Right? Rams, Bucks, Packers, dog shit. And now we have other new teams that are good now. So, yeah, so you just have to be real with yourself. Even if it's your team, if you don't have the proper O-line or Gronk, you're not going to get the same results. Bruce Arians is better than Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles can only be a defensive coordinator. He's just not a good head coach. He also had injuries, but I still think even without the injuries, I'm not sure if that is the type of guy. Some guys are just like Nathaniel Hackett. He's just better at calling plays. Some guys are just better at calling plays. The leadership part is hard. You have to really be a true G. You have to be a true 101. You have to be an assassin. You have to know what you're doing. You got to be able to relate to people, and you got to be real and honest and care. If you have a coach that cares, you know what I mean? Like how I care about you guys, and, compared to other channels that really don't, you feel a bond. It means something, like if Pete Carroll is actually getting to know the families and talking with them and checking up on guys' mental health. You're like, imagine how much harder you're going to play for the coach, even if the team sucks, right? But he's actually checking in on me like a brother or a friend, like genuinely, not forced to, but genuinely just that person. That goes a long ways. I mean, that's the type of person I try to be. And even Justin Fields, has a number one, red, right? Amazement, 20 points, just like a Justin Fields would have been with a few of these guys, Justin Fields and Jalen Hurts. Because Jalen also could have number one red and be at 20. Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen could have number one red and still be at 20. So. Yeah. Woo! Bosa's so fast. So fast. He's better than his brother. And I bet that just pisses the Joey off because, whoever the younger brother is, if the younger brother ends up being better than the older brother, they're like, fuck you. JJ Watt and like Joey Bosa are like, fuck these guys. Fuck these younger brothers that are better than us. It's unreal to even think that could be a possibility. What a family, both of them. And then the Watts also have Derek. So they got 3 in the NFL. What kind of fucking genes do those guys have with their mom and dad? 3 in the NFL? We know Derek isn't very good, but fuck it, he got there. Even if it was based off name recognition, getting up in the ranks, that was part of it. But you still have to be like halfway decent player, even if you're special teams only, or like fullback, or you're limited. I'd say incomplete. Incomplete. You say that's a catch? Yeah. See, that's crazy. They always say, oh, you got to hang on to the football at all times. They say, oh, you got to hang on. I mean, if the ball eventually is out of your hands and he falls on his butt, I know there's a little struggle there, but there's so many like wishy-washy official calls that they're never consistent. And that's why as fans, we always think there's collusion or cheating, because the referees are always different in every game and they all have their own style and they've all been coached up kind of differently. And they're, maybe some have prejudice or betting or whatever and whatnot, but there's never consistency on like penalty calls. It's always just like fucking madness. Like you never know what's going to happen. Something looks like a clear fumble, right? And then it ends up being not. Like, you're like, okay, well, I'm confused. Like, what's going on here? But that's an everyday occurrence being an NFL fan, right? Even college football too.
AWS is helping the NFL transform player health and safety. AI analyzes millions of data points, powering unlimited simulations to continuously improve equipment.
All right, baby. Projected for 132 now. I went up a couple points, and he's projected for 116. I'm loving my lineup, though. And like I said, half of my team is from the draft, and the other half I built. So sometimes you got to build the team. But Justin Fields, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Justin Jefferson, D-Hop, Mark Andrews, Chris Godwin, Cowboys D, Jason Myers. Bench, Nick Chubb. I can't even believe I'm saying this. Justin Herbert, Bills D, Geno Smith, Gerald Everett, Donovan Peoples-Jones, most underrated player in fantasy, like for real, throughout the whole season. Jerick McKinnon and Peoples-Jones I just picked up because I make moves every week. Darren Waller on IR was drafted by someone, Brute Saint. He dropped him about a month ago. I looked at the IR schedule, noticed that him and Renfro are coming back soon. So if he's on IR, I can just keep him there. And then if he ends up doing well, or I have belief in him, I can always let go of Peoples-Jones or McKinnon, and maybe I can rotate between Waller, Gerald Everett, or Andrews if he sucks. So I'm looking ahead. That's what you got to do. Like I might have gotten a guy that if Darren Waller comes back and he can give me a couple like 15-point games, that could be the difference. That could be huge for me. Instead of getting like 5 from the tight end position or 3 or 4. Oh, they gave him the catch. What's a catch and what's not? No one fucking knows anymore. Yeah. You have to have good time management, but I think the authenticity of who you are, like, when you see someone on Twitch or YouTube or podcasts like, McAfee, or people on TV, you can just kind of feel the aura of people. Like, is this this is a good vibe, or are they just like playing a part? Are they just speaking on the microphone, pretending to be someone they're not, 3rd down and 4. And you can always tell the guys that have the experience and the leadership that can do a lot of things and be authentic. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is. Time for Niners sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Geno Smith coming up. Gimpy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
How about this little wrinkle here by D'Amico Ryans, where he puts 3
D'Amico Ryans is one of the best defensive coordinators in the game. He's number 2 to Dan Quinn. So if he ever has an opening, I would hope that he would realize that there's no better place to be than San Francisco. So there's not a better job unless you were going to Dallas or replacing Dan Quinn or Philadelphia. But heck yeah, man. Love me some Vrabel. Very underrated, just like your team every year. Dixon with the punt. Can we get we got to get a touchdown at some point. But if the Seahawks can score quick enough, would they dare go for another field goal? I mean, it'd have to be a very quick, like they have to. But you're almost at a point now where you have to go for a touchdown. But, I mean, if you can get it to 21-9, anything can happen. I mean, 21-9 is better than 21-6. I mean, you're down by fucking 15 right now. So, I mean, at this point, it looks like no matter what happens, Seattle's going to lose. But we're talking about the fantasy points. That's what matters, right, Amazement? That's the whole point of us watching the game is what am I going to get out of Myers? And I gave you the best possibility with the game being low scoring. I gave you 2 opportunities, a 30 and a 50. And you're talking into the universe, and you're like, you know what? This motherfucker, this guy's a good man. Let's make it happen. Bang, bang, boom, boom. And there we go. 8 fantasy points, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Still with room to get us more, too. That's exciting. Purdy in the own end zone. Pass is short, tipped. Incomplete to Juwan Jennings. I probably should start betting, but I'm too superstitious. So I just come up with the predictions and I say things, they happen, and then people just hook me up later. That's kind of how it goes. I think I can make millions betting. I don't think many people can make a lot of money betting, but I think if you actually know things, you can make millions or thousands. You have to spend money to make money, obviously. But I mean, shit, Swaggy P, he's made $1,000 bets based off stuff, and even more. That's a little scary. It's like when your friends are making, regardless of how much money you got, but if you're just willing to drop like 10 bills on a bet, and if you lose, like, golly, $1,000, man. Like, I mean, I can give you the best advice. You know what I mean? You can compensate your boy, but I don't want you to lose 1,000 based off some freak injury to the player, and then boom, you're out 1,000. But that's what gamblers do. They need those points. And I obviously I feel I can, do a good job most of the time, but no one's ever going to be perfect. But I feel like, most of the time, regular season ones are so unpredictable. But usually about 80% for me, I feel. And then once it goes to like playoffs, I feel like I'm 99%. Like I feel I can get anything correct. I don't even have to watch the sport like NHL and NBA, and I can still call it who's going to win and what game sometimes, and even MVP. And it's just if I read enough and I watch enough throughout the season, even though I'm not watching full games, I can get an idea of, what I think championship looks like. So, and then there's money for you guys in it too. So, isn't that crazy though? Like $1,000 bet. I'm like, motherfucker, you crazy? Like, even if I was rich as fuck and I'm making $1,000 on every show, I couldn't even see myself doing $1,000 bet. I really couldn't. I'd rather buy 10 NFL jerseys for you guys than do that, or buy like 5 Mitchell and Nesses or something, because they're going to be more expensive, or 4. Nice catch. Juwan Jennings with the big catch. Yeah, they're really good. Tell you, third string. It shows you it's not necessarily Brock Purdy that is amazing, right? This is what makes Brock Purdy look amazing. You know, it's like you got to have that guy, the difference maker. I mean, I guarantee if Baker Mayfield had some fucking loser ass coach, there's no way in hell he would have played as good as he did when they played the Raiders, let alone come up with a game winning playoff 2 days. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous that the Raiders are so badly coached and the personnel is so thin, but to also go one-on-one, so a fade route could happen, no safety help over the top. I mean, you got to be a fucking idiot. I mean, even Baker Mayfield can make a throw. You just don't, you know. But it shows you the teams that are well coached and the ones that are not. So they need a turnover desperately. They need someone to Charles Peanut Tillman and punch the football out, because it doesn't really feel like they've been coached up in this game not to go deep. You're just going to kind of intermediate, short route, or go to McCaffrey. And that's how you win games. You don't turn the ball over because you don't need to go deep. You're not pressured to go 50 yards deep because you got plenty of weapons. You can go short. Let the other guys catch the ball and then make it a 25-yard play. I don't got to throw at 22 to make it 25. I'll go to McCaffrey at 10 and maybe he'll get 10. That's their mindset. And that's what makes the Niners so dangerous, just like the Cowboys and the Eagles, because they do that too. But the thing that separates them is that the Cowboys and Eagles go deep. And if you go deep, then you might just fuck a team up and get to 50. And we've definitely seen teams like the Eagles and Cowboys put up some big 40-point games and then even try to get into that 50 burger. 24, let's get to a hundo. We'll get there. Oh, false start. Trent Williams. Come on, Trent. The best left tackle in the game. It's like, you know, if you either watch football or you don't, and then you just have to be able to keep up.
Oh, yeah. They bring it every time the Seahawks are in action here. It's 3rd down and 15 from the 10.
Purdy. Pressure. Oh, dive. 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 Fuck. Come on, brother. There you go. Now you got a chance. You get a touchdown here. You know, I mean, if you go for a 2-point conversion, then what's 21-14? So if you can go there. So they got a chance. Got to get a minimum of a field goal, but you want points to keep the momentum going. And even 3 would still be okay. There's plenty of time that you can still maybe squeeze out another drive. Ideally, you want touchdown, try to get overtime, right, or win the game. But, you know, you just got to be able to get points. Yeah, incomplete. Nice. And now they're going to get the ball better because the ball was incomplete. So now you're going to get the ball around the 50. Good field position here. Minimum on this next drive, we're going to get this at bare minimum because the time, you don't even have to do anything. It's 10 minutes. You do a couple plays, you know, and you're at 9. Boom, field goal. You could do it. Or, you know, ideally, this is what you want. Touchdown, DK.
Carroll should win this one.
Everyone loves an underdog story. You know why? Because it fills you with hope, makes you believe it, right? Hold on now. Did you say any team? So now I can bet the underdog odds. Team Overdog, where you at? Let me hear you.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Bet just $5 to win $150.
Let's look at the league and our fantasy football league for the channel. So I got 8. Shep has got 0. He doesn't have any players playing. And Jake is in 3rd place. He's got 7.4 out of Kenneth Walker. So it's definitely a lot lower than probably expected. But you had to have anticipated that if he's injured and the Niner defense is good, even if you're not injured, there's a chance that you might get under 10. But there's enough time where if they give him the ball, he could still get a good score. You know, anything over 10 is what you want, but you're really shooting for like 15 or 20 if he's your RB1. So, and then Sarah's at 0, doesn't have anyone playing good. She's projected for 129. He's projected for 124. after Walker at 7.4. And then I'm at 131.6 with 8. And Shep is at 116. So we'll see how it goes. Fantasy Football Championship. I mean, I need to get the crown, baby. Big stop. Big stop from the Hawks. There we go. Every game is, you can't expect to win every game, and you're going to lose games. That's a part of being a fan. You know what I mean? You just want to be able to try to be a good football team and appreciate the greatness that you see it. And then, when the team is struggling and bad, you just have to realize, if you keep building a team, they can get to a point where you can be the Niners. That's big brother, your little brother. You're just starting off. So you just can't anticipate. You just can't, just go from crawling and then sprinting. It takes time. But if they end up scoring on this next drive, they're right back in it. So $5 holla, baby. And that's me being like, Dr. O. I got to be a counselor here. Sometimes I got to counsel Alan and other people. Sometimes people are having good days. Sometimes they're having bad days. Anyone has any mental health issues, I'll be here. And I'll try to make things right. But I just got to be able to let you know, it's not over yet. It's not looking too good, but it's not over yet. And we make good adjustments here. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. $5 holla. They need Uncle Mo. You kind of feel it in the air now, Just in sports is a lot of emotion and psychology. That's why I think I'm able to kind of decipher like the bullshit from the facts and like how I feel a flow of a game is going to go. Because sometimes people just think it's going to go a certain type of way, but you have to really dig deep to see like who's injured, grass or turf, like how the players have been playing in the last month. And then you can come up with like a little bit more of a better critique of, maybe a prediction instead of just throwing it on like a paper against a wall and seeing if it sticks, The more you read and the more information you gather, I think the smarter you are as a bettor, and you can make more picks, or you can come here and I can help you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Still got to have hope. You get a big play and then get a big defensive play on the next drive. I mean, you can go bang, bang, 14 points in a matter of 2.5 minutes. We've seen it happen. Gino? Got to get rid of it. Pressure is so good for San Francisco. And that's why they have the best defense in the NFL, not named the Dallas Cowboys. He's not going to have time like he normally does. This is, like I said, this is not just the number one rival, but this is the real deal Holyfield. Like for years to come, it's going to be Philadelphia and the Niners. And it looks like the Cowboys too, as long as they get the coaching correct. Yes, thank you so much for the dono, Megan. We appreciate you. Thank you. Flag on the play. Oh, they got the grounding.
Still within the pocket, he just kind of no man's land, just throws it, gets rid of it. There's Jackson 95. That's one thing that D'Amico Ryans does. They'll use those backup defensive linemen.
Appreciate you, Megan. Let's go. It's got to believe. This team, I mean, ask yourself this, even if you're a Seahawk hater, right? Based on how Seattle's played this year, would you rather watch them, Washington, or like the Giants? I like Saquon. I got him on fantasy and everything, but I mean, if I'm looking for a feel-good story, I think I get more enjoyment, watching Seattle in the playoffs, regardless if they win a game or lose right away, rather than those other two. I want to be entertained. I mean, I really respect what they've been doing over there in New York and Washington and getting on this, this level at this point of the season, but. Yeah, I just keep it real, bro. And you just start to point out little things and other people's that you respect that know football point out things. You're like, fuck. You're like, damn. Like, this is legit. Like, and this is a bigger threat than Dallas because San Francisco can play on the road. Dallas can't. That's the big difference. Dallas in a big game cannot play on the road. You know what I mean? They just haven't been able. They can't even do it at home. You know what I'm saying? If you're fucking losing at home, you know, 4th down and whatever, let's just run a draw. No timeouts. I hope we don't get that this year. That way we can see them do some good things, you know. But coaching and play calling is so like sacrilegious, so important. So you need to have those key pieces there. And it really shows the intelligence. You have to have guys that execute, right? But the play calling and the genius guys in football, I mean, if you look closely, you can see who they are. Same thing here on YouTube and Twitch. 21-6, Niners. Gino, chased by Bosa, flipped. Good, and they're a very good tackling team. The Niners, Dre Greenlaw. They have a lot of discipline from this guy. Lots of discipline. Like when the Dre Greenlaw is one of your best players on the defense, and you got Talanoa Hufunga, Fred Warner, Armstead, and Bosa, and we're talking about Dre Greenlaw, you know you're in fucking trouble. They got legit depth everywhere. But the real question is if the Niners get past the Eagles in the NFC Championship game on the road, can the Niners beat the Bills, Chiefs, or Bengals? That's the real question. If they were able to do the miracle and Philly got eliminated, right, could they actually win it all, or would they fall short? Normally, you'd be like, hell yeah, they're falling short. That AFC team's going to win. But the AFC teams have a lot of holes. Defense, Bengals, Bills, Chiefs, and they haven't been very good all year. So there is wiggle room there. Yeah, I don't think anybody likes Daniel Jones.
Stop. You're in.
Oh, cool. Yep, even easier than that. And with no fees or minimums.
I'm going to go check up on Paisley here real quick.
Is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Heavy duty pulling power. To conquer the high road or the off road. The GMC Sierra Heavy Duty. Premium and capable. It's the holidays. You'll find the year's best selection of GMC Sierra Heavy Duty pickups in stock and ready for delivery. See your local GMC dealer today.
I want to be quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. Not later. Now. I want to own the pocket, make the plays, drop dimes to my receivers. I want to feel 80,000 fans on my shoulders as I carry them to victory. You know, nothing major.
Rated E for everyone.
When I was in Afghanistan, I was discharged with PTSD. That's when my life really took a turn.
This is Keanu Howard, Ocelot Rescue.
He's saving me and I'm saving him.
This project is Keanu. It's like his redemption.
I love you.
Let's take a look at our next gen stats powered by AWS, and it's about the 49ers defense and how they swarmed to the ball. Look at yards after the catch, 10 yards fewer than expected because of how tight this coverage is. And not only the coverage, it's how they run, the effort that they use to be able to get to the ball as a group. And if you look at this, 8 games now that they've allowed fewer yards after the catch than expected. That's the best in the NFL, and I would challenge anybody. I know there's some good defenses out there. I don't know if at all 3 levels there's a defense that is complete and disciplined.
All right, baby. I just put a blanket on Paisley. She's just snugging. Purdy, hands off. Run CMC. Nice game. And that's the thing, when you have great coaching, you even with no Debo, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? You got enough pieces there. Debo could be hurt. Ayuk could be hurt. Jennings could be hurt. As long as you got CMC and Kittle, those are 2 of the most dynamic players. You can just dump it down or hand it off. You don't even need to throw it 20 plus yards and you can still win a game because the run game is so good. The passing game on the screen game from the running back is so good. The defense is so good. The offensive line is good. The play calling's good. You don't even have to be a like play a really good type of style game. You can be very basic and vanilla, and you can win a game, and that's their strategy. That's how they beat you, like this. They just are very vanilla, but they know who they are. They're going to run it down your throat, and no matter who it is, Elijah Mitchell, even Wilson before they traded him to the Dolphins, Jeff. It's like doesn't matter who the running back is, whoever they got, Mostert, they're going to run on you. And their O-line is good enough to make even a bad back average, good to great, great to elite. And if you can run the football effectively and have good defense, you're going to have a chance against anyone in the league, regardless who your quarterback is. Got to have that play caller too. And that's kind of how San Francisco is built. Purdy, hands off. It's like they were already good before CMC. Now it's like the most dynamic offense besides maybe Philly. So many weapons. And McCaffrey's better than Miles Sanders, obviously. But A.J. Brown has been big for them. Every team's got certain playmakers, and I can't wait for Goddard to come back. They're not the same without Goddard. Goddard is such a big piece, not only for his pass catching and his touchdowns, but more primarily as a blocker. When they have him in there as a blocker, they're so much better. And only true Eagle fans know that. 2nd down and 6. Purdy. Wide open. 1st down. Niners. And you're saying, who the hell did that go to? Right here. Right here. Because you never know when it's coming. Look at this. What are the chances that this guy gets the ball? Waiting for plays to develop. Especially if you have a great O-line, right? You can do plays that no other team can do. Unless you have a similar O-line and smart enough O-line coach and a play caller to exploit the weaknesses. That's what Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay are the best at in the league, exposing your weakness. Ooh, woo! Spin move. CM sizzle. This is a swaggy jersey, the McCaffrey. I can see a lot of Niner fans loving this number. It's going to be really creepy, scary when he gets a Hall of Fame quarterback. It's like the one team that if they get the Hall of Fame quarterback, they could maybe be a dominant team and maybe win 1 Super Bowl, maybe 2, in like a, 4 to 6 year period, 7 year period once they figure it out, if they can get the guy. Because I don't think it's going to be Trey Lance as the Hall of Fame guy. And Jimmy G, they need something better. They can get Tom, and he could take him to a Super Bowl next year, even though he's old. He'll be happy. I mean, if you guys seen his new girlfriend, she looks better than Giselle, and she's probably 25 years younger. So Tom is in a happy place now. He just needs to go to a better team, better scenario. And then he can go in the booth and make a shitload of money. Nicker in the building. What to do? Yeah, exactly. It's kind of creepy when you see like a mirror image of what you were and you're seeing it like on another team. Your team is doing it differently. It's like Jalen has just been fucking awesome. The whole team has been great as a group. It's like give all the awards to Philly. Make him puke Ayuk with the drop. What happened to my hands? Here we go. See this Uncle Mo right here? That's still obtainable. You just need to now score quickly. Yes. Robbie. It's always gold. Wide right. He missed it, and the Seahawks are still in it. Wow. I mean, it's very grim now, but, I mean, you'll take that. Now you just got to think, okay, score, and then we have to get to 14, onside kick, score again, overtime. That's the game plan in the head. So, now there's no more field goals for us in fantasy. So, So amazement, we're done with Jason Myers, but maybe we can get 2 more points from our boy if they can get the touchdowns here. So then that would actually put us at 10. Robbie, it's almost always gold. Yeah, but it keeps the game more interesting now, right? It's not completely over. I mean, it's over 90%, but and this one wouldn't have hurt as bad as if you just would have took care of business against the Raiders. But then my boy Josh Jacobs in fantasy just went fucking wild. And then the Panthers won, lost focus in that game, and you can't stop any team running the football. And that's really hurts when you really want it so bad. But you have to understand this is the first year, and even though things have been good, the reality is the team is like a 500 team. So there is some good moments, but there's some bad losses too. So. Oh yeah, I mean, shit. If you're Tom Brady, you're not going to go with an unattractive woman. I mean, you're going to have take your pick of any international model, Instagram model or model, and they're going to have a look to them, and they probably will be blonde. That's usually Tom's type. So, and I imagine he'll date someone that's already a millionaire, so that way the money isn't an issue. Or someone that's got a lot of money that they don't need Tom's money. So that Tom Brady money, that's what your boy needs. I just need to get some more subs, some more views, and we can just keep climbing the ladder, So that way we can do more giveaways, more jerseys. That would be like the ultimate for me, being able to give away a jersey at halftime on every game. How fun would that be? Just got to keep grinding, and 2023 will be better than 2022. And I'll be doing a lot. I'll be doing basketball, I'll be doing NASCAR and MLB. I mean, I'm going to be doing everything. So at some point, there's got to be a fan base where it starts clicking. And we can get more people to come because it may not be on the NFL side or just the NASCAR side, but at some point, people got to stop watching and hook me up with a sub at least. Especially if you keep coming back, you don't have to donate, but. It's like we only need like 100 and some change to get to 20K. But as you guys know, people are so fickle with their subs on YouTube. Like it's some precious thing, like a my precious. Like it's like the most precious thing as like a sub on YouTube. Like it has to be so eternal to you and special to you. Like having like $100 bill in your wallet. You're like, oh no, I'm not going to give this 100 just to anybody.
Switch spots. We saw that on the last series, and it continues here. So now he's working up against 67 Cross. It's a very different look. You get used to Bosa the whole game, and I love how D'Amico Ryans will kind of mix it up, and he uses more speed.
And obviously, Gino normally is going to give you 2 or 3 touchdowns in the air, get you like high 200s or 300 yards. But it shows you, the difference between the teams that have like good defense or average or bad, or ones that's like number 1, number 2 in the league. There's no fucking around when you're going against like a Niner D or like Dallas when they have especially the Niners, they're like 8, 9 deep. So if you got 9 guys that are good and 2 that are bad or 2 that are average, and the average team probably has 5 or less, it's like you got double the amount of every other team in the NFL. And you also look at the Eagles, they're built the same way. I think Dallas doesn't have as many, but they have the equalizer. They don't have as many guys, DeMarcus Lawrence and Diggs, and obviously, the top dog. We already know who that is at linebacker, the best of the best, Micah Parsons, right? But they got Dan Quinn. So Dan Quinn counts as like 3 players, because that's like the best scheme-wise. So instead of having maybe like 8, maybe you have like 3 or 4, but Dan Quinn counts for like another 3 or 4 because his scheme is so good. 21-6 Niners. Hey, what you think about that pickup? Did they overpay? Gino. Oh. First down, Hawks. Kick some field goals. Let's get some more points in fantasy, baby. Fantasy points, baby. But at this point, we'll just take the touchdown. We'll take the 1. We're trying to get as close to 10 as possible. Fantasy playoffs, we're both at 8. So that's good for Myers, considered, he was the worst kicker option, supposedly. Red number 1, still got 8. So that's definitely better than a red 1. Red 1 means you're going to get like 0 or like 2. 3.
As you can see, he's not back in the game. He was in the medical tent for a considerable amount of time. It took the unaffiliated neurotrauma consultant a while to look at that video review. But like I said, he has been.
Dude, you crazy, bro. Gino, dump down. Go, 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 go. Let's go. Let's go. Kenneth Walker. Hell yeah. Kenneth Walker, the third sub to the fucking channel. Help me get to 20K. Less than 200 people. Help yo boy out. Let's go. 21-6 Niners. Geno Smith, dump it down. Touchdown, Hawks. Noah Fant. Wow, see? See? The game isn't over until it's over. If you watch enough sports, you know that.
He has his eyes more on Lockett, and if he does, the linebacker's got to carry Fant. So a bust on the back end, you can see it right away. Hufunga, he looks to the linebacker and says, wait a second, we're not on the same page. So a safety either needs to squeeze on that or a linebacker needs to run vertically, and neither happens.
Oh, baby, fantasy. Bang! 21-13. 9 points in fantasy in the playoffs. Number 1 seed, 13-1. Myers with 9. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Fourth quarter, 21-13. Niners. Let's go, baby. Good shit. Good shit. Playoffs. Let's go, baby. Philly pundits said they would take Nick Bosa for Micah and a 1. Let's go. Absolutely. And you know how hard it is to get points as kicker. And we've had some bad games with Myers, but he has got double digits, like just as much as anyone besides Carlson. So if you actually, I spy on everyone's players in fantasy. Like I look at every single player, even the opponents in their bench. I'm like monitoring everyone. So I know what I'm going up against. Kind of getting out, because you want to know your opposition. At least I do. That's why I go, extra. 21-13 Niners. Now imagine like a big play here, like a pick 6 or a sack lunch or a 3 and out. Like, we could get overtime. And then that means we could get more points. And then if that happens and the Seahawks win, amazement, more fantasy points for the win. The motherfucker could get us to like fucking 12, 13 points in fantasy. He kicks a 50-yarder in overtime to win. Could you imagine Jason Myers with a 50 in OT? Woo! 21-13. Crowd is loud, baby. They've been drinking the beers. Hand off to McCaffrey. Good tackle. They've been drinking the beer since fucking 9:30. Since fucking what time? Beer 30. There's a live look in Seattle. There it is. Second down and 4.
Keep in mind, Jordan Brooks, the leader, the number 1 tackler, the guy that's replaced Bobby Wagner, not in the lineup still with Tanner Muse and Cody Barton in the middle, which is a tough time late in the game not to have your alpha in there.
21-13 Niners. Brock Purdy, obviously just like a Jimmy G and Trey Lance, everyone's limited. Nice tackle, Bruce Irvin. Let's go. Let's go. All right, Noah Fant. An instant look back. Touchdown, Noah Fant.
There's a potential of him being able to try to work to the backside. Joby Harris doesn't give up on the play, just gets
It is getting interesting.
slow him, allows
And like I said, if it's Eagles, Cowboys, or Seahawks, Niners, that to me is like Ohio State, Michigan. It's hard for me not to watch. Like, it's really hard for me not. I'm super invested in all the teams, and I know like the roster, and so the more you know, you can get kind of up and excited for certain positional battles and things like that. I don't know. I just see the game differently, I think, than most. More like a analytics, statistical coach kind of a mindset. But I really do appreciate the little things. I'm going to try to pass them on to you guys. 3rd down and 1, 21-13. Niners, big play. Can they stop McCaffrey? Play action. Purdy sliding. 1st down. Niners. Gutsy. 1st down. Niners. Motherfucking Brock Purdy. Just got to be better than 77. That's all you need. You just got to get past the fucking lineman. You don't want to be that guy that gets caught by that chubbier lineman. But as we know, some of these linemen, with short bursts, even at like 350, they can keep up with a guy that's 4.2, 4.3 speed within the first couple seconds. And then when the acceleration goes, then the wide receiver is gone, or running back. But you can get these big boys that they'll keep up for about 5 yards before you blow them away. So if you can, grab them within the first, 2, 3, 4 yards before they take off, there's some big athletes that are fast as shit. I fucking should, man. I think I would get better ratings than a lot of people that are on, YouTube or Twitch now. It'd be better though to be just like on ESPN de Ocho, so they just have it like a YouTube channel where they'll have all the people doing what we do there. Oh, Seattle loses the timeout. I wouldn't want to work for anyone because then they would tell me how to dress. I couldn't swear. I can't wear a hat. So like I'm going to be my own boss for the rest of my life. I'm just going to be my own CEO. This is my own legacy. I want to be able to control what I control. I don't want anyone to ever, get to a point where they're forcing me what to say, how to say it, and come up with like fake arguments for ratings. That's not who I am. So. I mean, I've already worked 10 years to get to this point, so I'm in it for the long term, the rest of my life, which is hopefully very long. Handoff. They got the rando, like 5th stringer in there. Hey, are you going to fucking carry? I know. That's why you got to be very selective on what you do. 2-minute warning. At least the game got a little bit more interesting there at the end. And it's a blessing that we got that 50-yarder, because if we didn't, we're sitting at like a 6 or a 7. 9 is a hell of a lot better. You know what I mean? Because when you get like a 5, 6, or 7, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth as a kicker. Unless you win, then you don't really care. But I always am trying to get 10 or more from every spot. And then obviously some spots you want 15, 25, 30, like quarterback if possible, or big player, wide receiver, running back, maybe get a big one, 40, something like that is ideal. But usually with defense and kicker, 10 and 10. If I get more, then great, And then if you get like 30 and 40 out of your defense and kicker, you automatically won. Yeah, Niners won the division. No surprise.
Cincinnati really seems to have settled in. We saw them early in the year against Miami, and like all great teams, they kind of had to navigate some injuries and continue to find ways to win.
All right, 21-13, 2nd down and 5, 2 minutes to go. Good game. Yeah, and one thing I really pride myself here too is I feel that you'll learn more here on a daily basis than other channels. Other channels may have more people in the room and it may have more subs, but the content specifically of actually like dealing with people that actually know football, not just a bunch of kids or trolls, but like where you can actually get good information and being able to share it with each other and just giving you that intelligent side of football. I think you definitely get it here, and I'm not really sure if you get it at a lot of the other channels. It's all about your commitment if you're willing to read. Yeah. Well, you're like me, bro. Do you own those gloves that you have in your photo? Like your boy? Do you have a pair? I usually rock them when I do the Buck games. 3rd down and 3, big game. Big play. First down, Niners. And he's loose. He's going to the... Oh, just short. Wow. Woo. Well, the game's over now. This is a must-win game for Seattle, and losing to the Raiders, the Panthers, and now the Niners. It's kind of expected, but I thought that maybe they would be able to execute, but the Niners, like I said, are just that, they're that damn good. And if you're thinking that, I don't know if they're as good as Dallas, or I don't know if they're as good as Philly. Well, Philly's got Jalen Hurts, MVP. Dallas has got Dak. Niners got Brock Purdy, and they're going to be right there with the other two. So that shows you. Unbelievable.
Did turn the football over, which is the most important thing in this offense. I thought the poise that he plays with is the thing that's staying around. No delaying game.
All right, so we're at the 3-hour and 20-minute mark. I'll probably go for, at least the very minimum into the 4-hour mark, so 40 more minutes, and maybe longer if other people show up, because obviously we're not at the goal yet, so I got to keep it moving. And whatever we want to look at picture-wise, let me know. Final score, San Francisco 49ers clinching the division at 10-4, 21. Seahawks with a heartbreaker, 13. We just transported out of the stadium just like that, so quickly. All right, so we can do food, whatever the hell you guys want. Sarah, if you want to lead off the topic on whatever we want to look at. We want to look baseball, basketball, football, wrestlers, cars, food, whatever we want to do, video games, whatever we want is cool. We'll do that. And then if we get anything, we'll go prioritize to anyone that donates, and then we'll go for 4 to 5 hours. If you want to go now, if you're not feeling well, completely fine. Otherwise, I'm going to go into the 4-hour mark minimum, but I will go to the 5-hour mark if needed. I mean, like I said, I have to grind. Now I got to find something else to watch here besides this. So just got to delete these photos, and nice job by Kyle. Shows you the importance of having that complete team. And even though the quarterback isn't the greatest, they can find ways to, kind of hide some of his flaws by just being very vanilla and conservative. You just got to have good O-line play and D-line play, and they do. It helps when you have Christian fucking McCaffrey also. Motherfucking Brock Purdy. Motherfucker. All right, Brock. San Francisco wins 21-13. Okay, no problem. That's actually not too bad for him. Almost a 17. I'm going to take my jersey off and just hang it up, and then we'll probably get into something here. Let me see where I want to start it off at.
It's actually kind of cozy.
think we're gonna probably do meats.
Want to win 2023 season tickets for your favorite NFL team?
All right.
Scan the QR code or go to NFL.
I'm gonna check up on Paisley, and I'll be right back.
Welcome to the Google Pixel post-game show. San Francisco, the winner. This one, 21-13. And Brock Purdy beat Tom Brady in his first NFL start, and then won his first road start in one of the toughest places to play, Seattle, on a short week. And it's even better. They've now clinched the NFC West. He'll be joining us on set along with George Kittle coming up a little bit later. And here's a look now at the NFC West standings with the Niners as the division champ, 10-4. They win it for the first time since 2019. And you guys, in each of the last 2 times they've been NFC West champs, guess what? They've gone on to the Super Bowl. Welcome in to the post-game show. I'm Chris Thomas alongside Tony Gonzalez. There he is. He's fired up, as he should be. On the road. Nice win for the young man. He will join us on the set here in just a little bit. I'm Chris Thomas alongside Tony Gonzalez, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Andrew Whitworth, and Richard Sherman. So you guys, look, we talked about it at halftime. It was a game. Seattle hung in there. They had those missed opportunities, and San Francisco converted. We talked about it, showing the difference between good and great teams is taking advantage of the.
All right. Any suggestions on anything that you guys want to see? Go right ahead, and I'll keep it moving. And like I said, I figure we can go down an avenue of food or whatever, and you guys have a suggestion, we'll go there. And then obviously anyone that donates, that'll take kind of priority, and then we'll get back to whatever the fans want, whatever you guys want. You know, this is a free time for pretty much the GOATs and anyone else that wants to, whatever they want to see.
I think we said it. I mean, you're watching in the first half, just the way that San Francisco's closing the football. It seemed like every catch, everything that Seattle tried to do, they were going to make it really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it humbles you. You know, you can always get excited, about your team, but again, you have to have realistic expectations. You just can't listen to, just anybody or like a fan group, because sometimes they're going to be irrational. So.
There is no weakness. Defensive line, linebackers.
Yeah, that's why the Niners are like, they could go to the Super Bowl. It's like very possible.
Elite coaching coming up with those plays to help Purdy, to put him in comfortable situations so he can go out there and have success right now. Go looking forward, they are starting to gel. This team is, we talk about teams getting hot at the right time.
Yeah.
Like
what is that, 7 in a row for the Niners? Like the hottest team in football. I mean, they might end up being like 10-0 run. If they go 10-0, they might go all the way to the Super Bowl. I mean, I still think Philly's the better team, but I mean, this Niner team is fucking scary.
Should have surpassed it. But now we're extremely happy to be back in the dance.
15.5 sack lunches for your boy. This guy's kind of good. Joey's like, this motherfucker's better than me. Motherfuck.
And now you're doing it with Brock Purdy at quarterback. What else did you learn about the fight he has in him tonight?
Just such a smart player, and that slide at the end, just to keep the clock running, that just shows how experienced he is for somebody who's not very experienced. But
yep, that's true.
I'm super happy for him, and I'm excited to keep going with him.
There was a roughing the passer call on you that some might call controversial.
Well, I don't think this loss would have stung as bad if you would have beat the Raiders and the Panthers. But now it's like when everything was starting to look really, really good for Seattle, now they're starting to kind of trend in the wrong direction. But there still is time to try to get to 10 wins or 9 wins and see what happens from there. So.
Not much. It's pretty much one thing, and that's run through the person in front of me.
What allowed the success for you to be able to do that tonight and just dominate the edge in the way you did?
I just have so many good players around me. It's never up to just me, and it's gonna be a fun take to watch for sure.
Enjoy it, Nick.
Thank you.
I love that. The honesty.
I love him, man. I love him too. It's a Nicholas John Bosa.
Nick Bosa. The Bosa bomb.
And he could have had a few more today. You know, he left some on the field. He had some plays where I'm sure he wanted them back, but you could just see it play in and play out. He was putting pressure on Charles Cross in this offense. It started early, but you look at it, dynamic moves, bomb, hit on the quarterback.
And Paisley just all snugged up, so I'll hang out with her in a little bit, but definitely want to keep grinding here, see if we can get a little bit closer to the goal.
Yeah, I think he really symbolizes this defense. To me, having faced him in the past, his ability to just down in and down out. He's coming every single time with power.
That's cool. Some of the players are, you know, I mean, especially you got to understand, you know, that you're not going to be able to get too close to, you know, especially if you're a Niner fan. I mean, you're only going to have that one opportunity. You're not going to, I mean, to get an autograph from a Niner player, you're probably not going to get too many opportunities. Because if you start signing and then, you know, then everyone's going to want an autograph. And
You guys, he's now playing 3 games. Of course, he came in relief when Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt.
Purdy playing great. For a guy that's third string, that, you know what that they call that? They call that great coaching. A 134 rating and a 117 rating from a third string quarterback. How many coaches could really do that? Let's be honest.
It's been a pretty amazing start for this guy. I'll say this. He is polished. Those 4 years starting in the Big 12, that's a big part of why he's able to do some of these things and be so smart with situational football. But Kyle Shanahan, as a play caller, we can't state it enough. This is a perfect offense for a young quarterback to be in. And the added element that he has, that we were talking about in the green room, Sherm, those legs, the way that he can escape and put that added pressure, especially in the red zone, sneak in for some touchdowns as this year goes on. That's what makes this offense and him very dynamic.
You're going to see him throughout the playoffs, and as he continues to mature, make those easy plays, get those yards.
Man, this is getting me hungry. I might have to try to order some food or something. I don't know.
Yeah, when you look at it, I mean, we can say, hey, look, guys are open. You know, he's got plays set up for him through Shanahan, but you still got to make the throws. You still got to execute the offense. And one thing people can't forget, you're a rookie quarterback on the road, just making sure that the snap counts, all the alignments, getting guys where they should be, you're running motions correctly. Like, there's a lot of that in this offense, all these preset motions and alignments they get in. He's done a great job of just controlling the offensive handling for a young player in this setting. This is not easy to
Put
do.
that in perspective, though. You know, it's like we said, if he could come into this environment in the Pete Carroll era, rookie quarterbacks are only 2-10 since Pete Carroll has been here. This is a tough place to play. You know, I know we say he's got the defense, he's got his weapons, but think to just how difficult that is for a young man like him to come into this.
Yeah, Hawaiian food sounds pretty good right now.
In the second half, the second touchdown to George Kittle, he's looking to the right, and then he scans to the left. His eyes are not down looking for the short completion. He sees him. He was wide open, but he was his 4th or 5th read. To be able to scan the field, have the presence of mind and the calm to sit there and make that throw, that is not something that rookies normally do, especially in their first run.
True dat.
You said it right there. That calm presence, that poise that great quarterbacks have, and they never have it so early in their career as a rookie. And I'm watching him after, like towards the end of the game, the game's winding down. They won the game. I saw Trent Williams come up to him. I saw other deep Fred Warner going up to him. He's got this whole team following him and getting behind.
Well, fuck yeah, he's winning. I mean, anytime you're not fucking throwing pick sixes and not fumbling and, you know, being more than just the game manager and still throwing for a couple touchdowns, then, you know, you're very valuable. Yeah, but honestly, let's be honest. I mean, the Niners could have a 5th rounder, 6th rounder, 7th rounder. They can plug and play almost anybody, and they're going to have some kind of success. You got like the best weapons around you in the league. I mean, all you got to do is just don't fuck up and throw a pick or just like fumble it away and lose the game. Like, just don't be fucking horrible, and we'll probably win. That's pretty much the criteria. Don't be fucking horrible.
That is a big town to survive in, isn't it?
It is. It's a city. Don't
Well,
call it a city.
Brock Purdy and George Kittle will join us on set. We'll also talk to the other side of the ball, the Seahawks. They're not over yet. There's still a chance they can see the postseason, but right now, San Francisco 49ers are celebrating their victory. They are the winners of the NFC West.
Yeah, orange chicken sounds kind of good right now too. Damn.
Prime Video thanks you for watching this special presentation of the
All right, I'm gonna go to regular TV now and get off this. So one sec.
AWS is helping the NFL transform player health and safety.
All right, let me give me some regular TV, baby. Maybe some Simpsons, King of the Hill. Good for the mental health. Snugging with Paisley, always the best. All right, what do we got? NFL Game Day Final. And then what's after that? Then they're going to have the replay. What else? Is there basketball, Wisconsin, old SmackDown. No, Avatar. All right, let me look at my DVR. All right, what do I got? Simpsons, King of the Hill, 10 episodes of The Simpsons, and then I got 5 of King of the Hill. That's what I'm talking about. All right, boom. All right, boom, Simpsons. That's what I'm talking about.
And now I'll order my Christmas gifts with plenty of time.
Nothing like HD photos of food, baby. Now I'm getting super hungry.
UPS tracking says my package just arrived. All I have to do is look down. Ah! Who could have done this?
Oh, ding dong merrily on high. In heaven the bells are ringing. Ding dong, Bart is gonna die. His little neck I'm stringing.
Oh, Sideshow Bob.
It's tinsel to reflect the horror in Bart's eyes. Visitor. Coming.
Ahoy! Are there any lonely lighthouse keepers about here?
Hello, Cassandra.
Any options that anybody wants to see? You know, food, anything in general. You know, you can just type it in the chat and there's something that anyone wants to see. Otherwise, I'll just kind of go down this food avenue.
Merry Christmas, Father. Can't stay out of trouble. No secrets.
So, have you ever thought about children?
Miss me, now you gotta kiss me.
Oh, if you'll excuse me, my gimbals need a good whale oiling. Ta.
Oh, you might get some other visitors. I mentioned you in town today.
You told people about me. What did you tell them? What?
That you had kind eyes, a beautiful voice, and no wedding ring.
There he is. I was a fool to let my guard down with a woman who runs a seaward aiming Fresnel lens. From hell's heart I stop at thee. Oh my God, just listen to that mellifluous baritone. He's perfect for the role. Role? Role? You're offering me an acting job?
Yes, it's to play Santa Claus at a small amusement park.
Oh, what the hell? He's the lead.
This one says orange chicken with cinnamon. Actually looks kind of good. I don't think I've ever had that before. Everyone puts their little twist on food.
Hey, let's see what's on your tag. Cadaver sniffing dog. That's another job I didn't get. It's gone. My porch repair kit is gone. No. A little help.
Another craft project going out of hand?
Yes.
If you're not tied up tomorrow, I took the day off from work.
But tomorrow I promised the kids I'd take them out of school. It can be our family day.
Yawn.
We'll go to Santa's Village.
Oh, I hate that place. It's so crowded at Christmas. The giant candy canes are not real.
Tell 'em, Homer.
They're electrified.
Well, we're going and taking the kids.
Why couldn't that be me? Oh.
Baby shark, do 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 do. Baby shark, do 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 do. Baby
God,
shark,
I'm so sick of this. It just keeps going on and on. I don't want to hear a shark or speedy or do ever again.
One, two, traitor.
Ooh, honey chicken.
Oh, what the hell?
Daddy shark, do 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 do. Daddy shark, do 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 do. Daddy shark.
Play this at my funeral. Why do the low-budget parks we go to have so many white trash idiots? Why, that's good. Why? Why?
Well, I'm getting right in line for Santa. $8 to see a fat lazy drunko? I came to this park to get away from one.
Check out the Drago Casino. Come on, Gimel. Ah, shit again. I thought this would be the one part of Judaism I'm good at.
Typical. The one ride is a stupid, boring kiddie ride. At least you get to have fun.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, like I said, you just got to take it into perspective. You know, there's nothing's going to change, you know, by screaming and yelling and being mad and angry for, 2, 3, 4 days. You know, you just have to be able to understand what the games are and where the team is at this year and where they're going to be, and just got to clean up some of the mistakes. And they're just bottom line, you got to have a better defense. And then once you address those needs, things will get better. Now you just got to focus on just trying to get into the playoffs instead of being like, oh, fuck, woe is me. Like things are so bad. Like there's still a chance at 7-7 to get into the playoffs. It's not like you're eliminated. So as long as there's a chance, then there's still opportunities there. So, but I do appreciate the support. Thank you so much. $5 holla. Appreciate you. Still got a long ways to get to the goal, but every dollar counts. Bang, bang. Thank you. Let me know. What do you want to see? Let me throw up some Darth Maul. Should we do that? Maybe that'll make you feel a little bit better. We can do some Star Wars characters if that would suit you. I always like looking at that stuff. We had a couple days ago, we were able to do a little bit of that. Now you let me know what you want to see. If you want to see Pete, Steve, or if you don't want to see that for a little bit and you just want to go like a Star Wars direction, we can go down Star Wars. You know how much I love Star Wars. So it's not his fault. It's personnel. It's the 49ers are good enough to go to the Super Bowl and win and get to the Super Bowl, get to the NFC Championship game. It's nothing Pete Carroll did. It's just you don't have the same personnel. You know, you have to look at it from an outside perspective, not just being a hardcore 12. You know, the Niners are the better team. They are actually built where they're the biggest threat to the Eagles of getting to the Super Bowl. And it's very possible the Niners could go all the way or get to the Super Bowl and lose, or get to the NFC Championship game and lose. And I even think the Niners are better than the Cowboys. And the Cowboys have one of the best teams in the NFL, but they don't have the coaching and the play calling like San Francisco has. And that's big. I'd rather go for a shittier quarterback with a better play caller and coach, Niners, than having a shitty coach and a shitty play caller and then have a quarterback that's awesome like Dak. So
With such small prices, you can go big on all the decor. We've got the savings you need to pull off any celebration at Ross.
I mean, if you don't win the battle in the trenches on the O-line and D-line, you have a 0% chance to win the game. And if the O-line and D-line get dominated, you know, that's a big part of the game. Like if you ever hear me talk about what betting and winning money and, you know, and you know, what's going to happen in a game, there's really key things that are very, very important. It's O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, and play calling. And if you're not checking off those boxes, then you probably lost the game. That's the most, it doesn't matter, quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, irrelevant. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling, because that's what's really going to move the car. You know, the car can have gas, but you got to put your foot down on the pedal. So otherwise you ain't going nowhere. You know, the offensive line's like the gasoline. You know, if you don't have the gas in there, you ain't going nowhere. Now you just got to be able to keep your head up and just try to get to 10 wins and see if you can get in. And if you don't get in, you're still getting an amazing draft pick, and you'll probably get into the playoffs next year. So you just got to keep beefing. Got to be beefing. Beef. That's what's for dinner. Yeah, it's all about how you look at things. Everyone has a decision in life on how to act. You go left or you go right. You know, angry, sad. And you know, if you push your own buttons and you know what I mean, you just go down this horrible like pit, and it takes longer to get out of, especially if you already have mental, struggles. You know, with a lot of us, we have mental struggles where we go through mental health things. You know, but if you can recognize where it's not going to make things any better, by doing something that could make you trend downwards. Still a very, very good football team. And like I said, even though you guys lost, I'm still rooting for you guys to get in over Washington or the Giants. So, I mean, it just, you're just getting your weaknesses exposed every week. So that should definitely be a thing that they need to address immediately, where you need D-line, you need D-end, you need linebacker, you need guys that can tackle. It's like defense. I mean, that's, and if you get that, then it's not going to be as bad in some of these losses. So things will get better. Not every year is going to be, like the dream year where you have like the best record and no one expected it, and you go all the way to the Super Bowl and win. I mean, that shit doesn't really happen. Sometimes you just got to crawl before you walk. But the way that the direction of the team where it's going, if they can keep hitting on pieces, there's a chance where maybe Seattle does make a, like an NFC championship game appearance in a couple of years. I don't think anyone would think that's crazy, but you got to get a defense first, because there's a lot of good teams in the NFC, and you're going to have a good defense, or it's going to be hard to keep up. Everyone can score the football, but not a lot of teams have great defense, and the ones that do, they shine. Tell him, Homer.
If you're going to spend this much time without Santa, you have to pose for a photo. Photos with Santa, $40. Just take one with your phone. Run!
This will stop the jerks who'll be stealing packages off my porch. A decoy with an exploding dye marker inside.
You don't think you packed in a little too much gunpowder?
Relax. I learned how to do this from my Uncle Two Fingers. Oh my God. You're the package thief?
Lenny, who did this to you? Can you say it? Can you whisper it? Can you write it with your blood? Ooh.
I'm a little worried our Christmas packages haven't arrived.
Marge, relax. There's plenty of time.
It's 8 p.m. Christmas Eve.
Just sit back and watch this Fox News you log.
We interrupt this fuel log with a special report. Package delivery thefts continue in Springfield. Local man Lenny Leonard, had his jingle bell rung in a package deal gone boom.
Our only clue is these initials next to the corpse.
He's not a corpse. He's breathing.
I say he's a corpse.
And I say I'm not.
You don't get a vote.
SB is Sideshow Bob. That's what he's up to. He's stealing Christmas.
A fellow Santa could not steal Christmas. I know who this mysterious SB is.
Welcome to Jam, Selma, Bouvier. Tell Scott Bakula, Steve Ballmer, and Sandra Bullock they're off the hook.
I should have been back at NCIS New Orleans 2 hours ago.
Why don't you just quantum leap there?
Why don't you learn how to be a cop, fatso?
What's up, bro? Just waiting for a few other people to show up. What's good, dude? How you like that picture of that food that I sent you? You like that? I know you do. Just grinding, man. Just trying to get to the goal. Sarah was here for a good chunk. She's still feeling sick, and just hopefully we can get saved by some goats and have some good conversation before I dip.
Santa's bills, please.
What do you want to go there for?
I'm saving Christmas.
What's good, Chief? Well, Chief, what's good? What's good in your life, brother?
And as for you, Santa's village is closed.
If I wanted your life story, I would have taken an Uber.
That shuts me up.
I'm not gonna leave till I find out what Bob's up to. If you don't hear from me in 1 hour, call the police. Well, I have my own problems, Bart. My mom just locked my dad out in the snow.
Dude, seriously, huh?
At my window. She said if I open
I figured you when you saw that, you were like, oh, shit. You know, and like I said, I usually, will find stuff myself, or it's stuff that I've ate, or it's from one of my friends, or it'll just be something that was like on my timeline or whatever. And I thought, oh my God, this is way too cool to not share. And I was like, oh yeah, I gotta, especially when it's like a customized, burger, something that's like unique and different. Like I got fucking like a honey bun on it. I was like, oh my God, crazy. Like I definitely would eat that. I mean, you probably gain a shitload of weight eating it, but it looked awesome.
you want me to ride with you, fine.
What's going on tonight? Anything going on that you got going on today or tomorrow? I'm just going to keep grinding it out. And my girlfriend's got next week off, so she had to use some of her PTO. So I'll be able to record earlier if I need to. So if I ever do like a morning show, or if I do, something, I'm going to have a little bit more time to be on here, but I'm still going to spend time with Paisley and whatnot. But it definitely is going to give me some more time, and there'll be a lot of games to do. So just got to keep grinding. Yeah, it was a food picture that I sent to him. Wouldn't be anything that you'd want to see, because it's obviously going to be it's burger with like a honey bun on it and stuff, something crazy. Yeah, me too. I got Simpsons on right now. It's a good mental health for me. Just anything that I can. I got to get my Simpsons and King of the Hill and Rick and Morty and old school cartoons and whatnot. So good to see you in the room. And then hopefully, like I said, we'll keep it moving. So anything that you want to see specifically, bro? Even if you're only going to be in here for a couple minutes, like I if I go 8 more minutes, we're nowhere near the goal unless someone comes through and does that. So I'm kind of just gonna play it by ear, and usually the cutoff point for me is about in like an hour and 8 minutes is usually around that time. So I'm not sure if I'm going to go 5 hours, but sometimes when you grind it out, then fuck, man, I don't know. I think it ended up being sent to me, or it was on a timeline and I saw it, and I was just late last night and I sent it to you and Shep at the same time. I was like, this is insane.
At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
It was too good for me not to share with you, bro, and for Shep. I was like, damn. I was like, bro, with the sauce, and then it's got the fries there, but then, dude, like the honey bun top with the bacon. I mean, like, it's just so ridiculous. but like I definitely would try it. And I bet it would be awesome. Sweet and savory always goes together. I mean, it's probably a heart attack waiting to happen, but fuck, man, that looks amazing, huh? Yeah, future definitely is still very bright for sure.
New Angel Soft, now 20% thicker.
This holiday season, it's going to be busy. It's going to be emotional. But it's going to be worth it. With McCormick, it's going to be great.
The time travel started yesterday. What year is it?
It's 1850. FX's Kindred. All episodes now streaming. Only on Hulu.
Are y'all seeing this?
Look at you two, IBF and my BFF. You can cut the tension between them with a hard butter knife. Straight people are disease.
Cronus returns January 18th on Freeform. It's stream on Hulu.
So, I'm here to say Christmas, and here's my plan. First, I conceal myself within.
I know, man. I tried, Ian. I mean, like I said, if I see something nice, I'm gonna try to find a way.
Thank you. Now, Mama, gently place me on the porch, and when they steal me, follow them to their lair. Will do. And Godspeed. They'll be here any minute. Can't breathe.
Shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark. Oh my God! SB is Smithers and Burns.
Since when does Smithers go first? The jig is up. Also, like credible. Oh.
The police are on their way.
Who will they believe? You or the billionaire who just sent them a Montgomery Ward's cheese log?
Mr. Burns, why did you do this?
General Scrooginess.
No, it's deeper. It's much deeper than that. I think Mr. Burns is depressed.
Ooh, you're a very perceptive girl. That's close enough. I just wanted everyone to experience the same Christmas heartbreak that I once did.
Papa, sweet Papa, may I sit on Santa's lap?
Well, I don't know. Santa Claus giving away free toys undercut my friends Bill Mattel and Fred Hasbro?
Please.
Well, what's on your wish list, little boy? A Rockford sock monkey, Studebaker pedal car, or the most popular gift this year, an orange?
All I want is a hug from my mommy and a smile from my daddy.
Oh, well, I'm sure there's a hug and a smile on their way to you right now. Ho, ho, ho. Next, what do you want for Christmas?
I want you to marry my mom like you said you would.
That's
Christmas Day.
I will, man.
I'm here to take.
Oh no, that's tough.
Hey, no traffic.
That's tough.
The next time I saw my parents, they weren't in a smiling mood. You two never gave me anything except $100 million. Santa lied.
But Monty, you misunderstood me. Ho, ho, ho.
Santa? It can't be.
Monty, it's 1935. And this is Kimball's department store. With the toy train, the windows, Maxie, the elevator man. You're looking at the lingerie department. You can look. It's okay. Ho, ho, ho.
Yes, I am a child again.
And the truth is, your parents did love you. Not with hugs and kisses, but with something better. They made you strong. Where are all the other tycoons from your day?
Broke, dead, a lot of #me too.
But you're the richest, most ruthless man in town, thanks to your parents' love.
It's true. Smithers, it's Christmas, which is a work day for you, so help me out.
And it's my birthday.
Don't expect 2 presents.
At least he's eating.
A song for Mr. Burns.
God bless them, everyone. Seriously, this is really nice. Oh, we did it. Got all the presents under the tree.
Oh, that's tough. I mean, I'm always looking for the hole in the wall place that's like small that not a lot of people maybe know about it. And I will definitely, I like Killer Burger's peanut butter pickle bacon burger where it's got the pickle sauce that tastes good. I like that. But I mean, Killer Burger, if you want to spend a little bit of money and then, something above and beyond. But I mean, I don't really eat a whole lot of McDonald's or like Burger King. Every once in a while, I'll do like a Jack in the Box or a Carl's Jr. or something. But I mean, I want something that's going to taste good. And sometimes McDonald's and Burger King, if it's under a heat lamp, it doesn't taste as good. Same thing with Carl's Jr. or Jack. But I think Carl Jr. and Jack stuff tastes better. It's not good for you, but But yeah, like I said, the restaurant stuff I'm usually looking at. Ooh, dude, you should. You should. That sounds good, man. Yeah, things have been pretty challenging, but I'm thinking, I just got to keep grinding, and then, even when things are tough, and then hopefully things will work out. Like I even got to be careful in like ordering food because like it's like you order like a burger and fries on like Grubhub, and then all of a sudden it's like $30. It's like I don't even have that much money. Like I'm grinding, I'm hustling, I'm struggling, so it's like I can't really even afford to go. Like if I wanted to order a burger right now for $30, it wouldn't be smart for me to do that. So that's kind of how my life is going right now. Not very good. So, but I got to keep moving.
I'm just about ready to leave your wonderful town. Great place. Fantastic. The best Springfield I've ever been in. Wow! Wow! Wow!
Can you teach me to do that?
Do what? This is just me. Fantastic coffee. Send a truck full to Seattle.
How can you possibly be so happy?
It's in you too.
I really don't think so.
Monty, look me in the eye.
No, I can't.
Yeah, and you can always get places that, they take a lot of pride in what they have, and, they have some unique, special one, and, there's all kinds of different options. I think that's why so many people like it, because it's, the toppings. And I mean, I'm always good for a good like chicken sandwich and stuff too. Like, it's like burger is good, but sometimes like if I get like a crispy chicken sandwich that's got like all the fixings in it, sometimes that hits even better than a burger. Burger is going to be like, obviously for us, it's like, juicy, and then you're going to have the different flavors that your mouth and your palate go to, right? But sometimes it's like grilled or crispy chicken sandwiches. I mean, if you get it from like a good spot, good sub sandwich always hits really good for me. Like I got a really good place that does a really good meatball sub over here, and it's incredible. Kind of spendy. You're paying like over probably close to $20 for a sub. But I mean, it's delicious, and like you can tell, like they have their own recipe with the meatballs, and it's like when I go to like the Italian place, I do spaghettis and meatballs, or fettuccine or chicken Alfredo. But when I do the spaghetti and meatball, if it comes with one, maybe I'll do like 4. So I want extra. I'll pay extra, a couple bucks extra to make sure I add enough meatball in there. So I'm not just doing the spaghetti noodles, because sometimes they short you on like the spaghetti ball. Like The spaghetti, like the spaghetti the meatball has got to be. I want to make sure I'm getting my money's worth. So, time for some King of the Hill. Love me some King of the Hill. Some good shit. Yeah, I mean, she still is under the weather, but I mean, she doesn't have to talk on the stream or anything. So just even typing, I mean, you have to feel up for it. She was here pretty much for the whole game, which was good. Because when I don't have her in the stream, it's like, you know, I think we went almost 3 hours without a dono yesterday. And I'm like, oh, fuck, man. Like, this is getting really hard. You know what I mean? You got to have people in here and whatnot. But luckily, Cyberpunk dropped to 50. So at least that, even though we didn't hit the goal, but at least we got something rather than nothing. So that's definitely helps, you know, when you're doing this full time. So, but other than that, you know, I'm just grinding every day, especially spending a lot of time with Paisley. We're watching Simpsons together. We're doing a lot of Alaska shows, lots of naps and snugging together. We go on our hour walk every day. And then I just got to, you know, keep hustling and grinding. So maybe I can, you know, get some treats and stuff for her. I don't really need anything for myself, but as long as I can eat and then I can take care of Paisley and make sure I can give her, you know, proper treats and whatnot, that makes me happy. And also, you know, taking care of you guys too. So it'd be nice if I could get Cyberpunk the jersey that he wants, but things are fucking so bad right now and tight. So I have to, you know, and that's just me being honest and being real. So, all right, I need to look at some crispy chicken sandwiches.
So people won't have a chance to imagine how bad it's going to look with their crap in it. I know what'll attract a big crowd. You can put in a gap. People love
And it also depends on sauce and the bun. And there's so many variations with that too. I got you, man. You know, I'm doing, you know what I do, bro. I mean, at some point, you know, Food Network or there's going to be a lot of other YouTubers and Twitch streamers are going to try to copy my style, but I'm the originator. I'm the OG, you know, even though this is different and no one else has ever seen this before, just because I'm the first one, you know, I'm not going to be the last, but yeah, it's all about knowing the size, the format, the HD, the 4K, and, you know, how quick you are. What kind of, because every sandwich and every, you know, picture is kind of an extension of who I am, you know, to kind of express myself to you guys. Since there's like billions of photos everywhere.
Job could be tough, and he's damn good at it. Did you know he discovered faulty wiring at Bo Shoot's house through 3 layers of drywall?
Of course we do. You fail a Ferguson inspection, everyone in Arlen knows.
Poor Shoot was so humiliated, he had to move to a Dakota.
I love King of the Hill. Always makes me laugh.
Sad for him, sad for the house.
I will sell this house by 1 p.m. Your open house starts in an hour, so what do you say you jump in the car and go for a little spin around the state?
Even if I was physically
Thank you, man.
getting into an automobile.
Appreciate you. Every dollar counts. Thank you so much, man. And I know everyone's a little tight and whatnot. I just want to be able to keep my dream moving so that way I don't have to do a second or third job. I mean, we've been doing this full time since January, and this is definitely our worst month. And it's Christmas time. I get it. You know what I mean? So it just makes me have to work extra hard. So, but I appreciate you. You always come through and always take care of me when you can. Appreciate you, brother. What do you want to see? You want anything else especially that you want to see? Bang, bang. I'm going to keep doing like the, sauce is huge. And I got all kinds of other ones here, but I'm always going to try to take care of you, bro. You know what I mean? It's all about the visuals, and you get the stats, you know, and you get a lot of different things here. It's a vibe. People will catch on. You know, people are slow to us. They're not woke yet. They'll learn one day. Yeah, all about the sauce, baby. So many options with sauce, with burgers, and with chicken, crispy chicken too. Like there's not like a set standard you have to do this sauce. Like, you know, some people like barbecue, some people like ranch, like aioli. Like there's like so many different options that you can do with the sauce. A honey mustard.
If you want us to act, we need a script. We're not improv people.
A script, right, Melrose? Which means I get to write one. I will write about how wonderful the house is. People will.
All these look money too. It's kind of hard to find a bad like chicken sandwich unless it's just like, you know, poorly executed.
Right. Why don't you warm up the
All right, everybody, let's warm up.
33 minutes to cut along. This is a personal best. Hold the.
Hey, Dad, check it out. I'm an actor.
Domino's delivery vehicles are going electric. With over 100 EVs on the road today and hundreds more to come, it's good for pizza delivery and better for the planet.
One bag for you. Buying a home? Rocket Mortgage will cover 1% of your rate for the first year at no cost to you, saving you hundreds, even thousands.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, you know, I totally respect people that, you know, have whatever, you know, route that they want to go. But I mean, I just love them seafood and chicken and burgers and salads and pasta. I mean, like, I like everything. So it's like for me to take off one of my favorites, it'd be really, really tough. I like to be able to have variety.
Switch to Boost Mobile this holiday season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone featuring the quad camera and 6.6-inch display, powered by one of America's largest 5G.
Appreciate you, man.
Switch to Boost and unleash.
Thank you so much. That'll help me get some food because I got to go get some food. You know, I mean, I've been working and I haven't got a chance. So thank you, Chief. Like, you know, like I said, even little things like that will help. Chief is paying for my dinner.
Jake from State Farm, we have to know. Yeah, there's a State Farm pajamas. No, what if we have to come to
Yeah.
about our policy?
$10 dono. Trying to make sure I can afford something, either this or you know, whatever option I decide to go down, what avenue. But thank you, man. I appreciate you. Instead of doing a thing on like Uber Eats or something, and all of a sudden you're spending like $30 or $40. So bang bang. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah, I like fish a lot. I mean, I'm like, some people hate seafood. I absolutely love it. Like, arguably, like, I love burgers and I love chicken and pasta and spaghetti and all that. Tacos, Mexican food is at my top, like at top of the list. But I could probably say I love seafood just as much as I do like Mexican food. And Mexican food is usually at the top of my list, but I could always do a pizza or a good burger, American food, chicken sandwich like that. But I don't know what it is. Like seafood, we have really good stuff here in Oregon. So when we end up having options for like fish and rice and crispy shrimp and, you know, clam chowder that's fresh, just like right out of the Pacific Ocean in a bread bowl where they dip it in there and then you can eat the bread while you're eating the bowl. Like the type of lobster and the crab that we have here, it's like the most like delicious that you could imagine. Dip it in the butter. Anything you see on like a Food Network, you're going to get that like in Maine or like Washington and Oregon and California, like off the coast of Pacific Ocean or the Atlantic. That's why I want to travel all the way to Maine just to go eat. I know that sounds crazy, but I would just like literally fly all the way across the country, get the nicest restaurant on the water, boom, lobster, crispy shrimp, crab, like all the fixins, you know, clam chowder, boom, sit there with the view, eat the food until I'm going to pass out, and then probably smoke a little bit or eat some edibles, and then, you know, be back at it the next day. So yeah, it's amazing when you get stuff that's, you know, just caught like even a few hours before or later on. It's yeah, it's wild. So it's like you can just tell the ingredients that the people use too. We have and also at the sauces, they have a spicy chili sauce. It's a sweet and sour chili sauce. So it's sweet and sour, like imagine like a Wendy's sweet and sour taste, but better. And then with a little bit of kick to it. And you have that with the crispy shrimp. They got this one place called the Orr House in Pacific City. Oh my God. Like I would literally pay like $40 or $50 for a jar That was like a ketchup size bottle of this sauce. It's that good. It's like when you start eating these crispy shrimp, it's like I've never had a sauce that delicious before where it made me go like, damn, like I it's like, oh, it's buying sauce bottle for $5 or $10. No, like $50, like something crazy. Like, I wouldn't even think twice. So seafood, Mexican, Chinese. Yeah. I like Thai food a lot too. Yeah. I'm picky, but it's always good to be able to kind of, you try something new. Like if you don't ever tried pad thai or never tried pho, or you're not open to things, or Indian food. Like sometimes you're like, oh, I'm not gonna like this sushi or Indian food or Asian food, but then you try it, and then sometimes you really surprise yourself, and you're like, holy shit, like low key, this is actually like one of my favorites, and then it's like most people are gonna do the traditional, but it's always good to explore and try. I mean, we only live once, so you might as well give a. And it's like, and if you try it once, there's no like, oh, you have to eat it again. Like, no, you can try it once. You don't like it, try something else on the menu, and maybe you'll find it. And then if you try a couple things and you can't find a winner, then you don't have to fucking have it again. There's no rule where you're forced to. So the Bubba Gumps, nice.
Don't sit on my bed.
All right. Well, I think at this point, I mean, I'm not really sure if we're gonna get any more people. I mean, I normally could go for another like 45 or 50 minutes to the that mark, but I need to be able to get food also too before a lot of places start closing if I'm going to try to get food, unless I go to like Safeway, and I need to go get like a light bulb and probably like toilet paper and some other shit and stuff. So might just figure out what I'm going to do there. So, but I think we're going to call it. Normally I try to do like 4 hours and 30 minutes or 5 hours. But maybe we'll get some more goats to come through, but I know we got some goats in the room, and I appreciate your guys' support. Sorry about Lockett. Sorry about the loss. I was rooting for you guys, and I'm still rooting for Seattle to make it to the playoffs. Great win by the Niners. They are legit, and they are right there with, obviously, the Cowboys and the Eagles. So don't be surprised. Eagles, Niners, Cowboys, Bills, Chiefs, Bengals. And it'd be very surprising to get a champion other than those 6 teams. So I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys for all the support. And I think it'd probably be a good idea. I'll go through these photos one more time, and then we'll probably just call it here. So that way, I always like to do like a recap so I can get one last glimpse of the photos, and then we'll call it a night. So that's all good. You're here in the beginning. You're here at the end. You've even donated. You didn't have to do that. So that means a lot. Some people never donate. Some people can donate. Some people will never donate. So anytime you get people to show love in any regard, even if it's $1, it all goes towards me living the dream. So that way I don't have to get a second or third job, since I've already been doing this for 10 years. Like, you have to put in the work, and some days will be better than others. And I know other goats, situation will get better after Christmas. And I will be recording on Christmas in the evening, just like I did on Thanksgiving. And you never know what's going to happen. Shit, on Thanksgiving, I think we hit 700. So sometimes you just have to put in the work. And, some days you're going to get $50 or less. And other days, maybe you'll have an amazing record-breaking day. And then I can, pay bills and take care of Paisley. And then anything left over goes right back to you guys. And or I can start affording thumbs again. I mean, it's really getting to the point now I can't even afford that. So I have to be very picky. Of course, I know I'm going to be able to get more views if I get that. But I mean, if I'm not even getting that in donos, it doesn't really make any sense to pay, 30, 35, and I'm only getting that or slightly over that, or, I have to be smart about things, and it's not really giving me a boost anyways. The NASCAR ones and the baseball and the other ones do. But as far as NFL, there's just too many people doing it. And they never put me up in the priority. Like you look up the video, and they got videos that are 2 years old on top of mine. So it's like you got like people that are live streaming, and then you got like old videos, and here's Orion at like the 9th position of the game. I'm like, dude, I was like, talk about being a hater. But I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very much. Things will get better. Thank you so much for the support. And again, we'll be back very, very soon. And let's get here. We'll go through here.
You are on the phone because.
And we got the Niners and the Seahawks, obviously, with the thumb. And see if we'll end with maybe a Brock Purdy or a Nick Bosa, or maybe even a Kyle Shanahan. We'll probably go right there because that's a big part of the mastermind. So I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.